We start. The episode opens. The ship is docked in Ranger Station. And the crew has had a little bit of downtime. We're going to cut to Terzi. Terzi is walking through some crowded corridors. He's looking left and right, a little shifty. He's trying to keep an eye out, trying to make sure he's not followed. And then when he feels like he's good to go, he takes a left, then a right, then a left, then a right. He seems to be just kind of be moving all over the place. And finally he stops and turns and enters, and doors open, opens up, enters in. It looks like a cargo bay. And when he steps into the cargo bay, he hears a voice. Terzi, you hear a voice. Good job so far. And out steps a guy in plain clothes. Looks very like a smartly dressed suit. Looks it's civilian. He's very, very well put together. He's carrying himself like a Starfleet officer, though. He very much looks like a military guy out of uniform. Like that kind of look. Though Starfleet's not technically military, but And he approaches you,
Thank you.
He hands you a data pad. You want to read the data pad?
Yes.
Okay, so on the data pad, it simply has your reports, and then it has a little bit of a summary of what, like a summary of your reports that you've given so far. And he says, I'm your handler on the station. You can call me Mr. F.
Okay, Mr. F.
Mr.
Out of character, do we have some type of challenge for that, like to verify?
You probably would, but he was the one who, he calmed you when on your way back.
Okay, so he's the one I've already been. Okay.
Yeah, he's the one you've been talking to. He goes, good job on the mission so far. Is there any other issues that you wanted to discuss more in person? Don't worry about any of the sensors. We've disabled them already.
So again, out of character, real quick, Paul. Is this before or after the last blurb I sent you?
This is after the last blurb.
Okay, so he already has that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good. Okay. Yeah, I'm having a little difficulty. The crew, being that I'm assigned here instead of handpicked by the captain, seems a little distrusting. Any recommendations to work my way in so that I can proceed better?
I don't know. Vulcans are hard to ingratiate.
Indeed.
Just follow the orders as best you can. Your current standing orders are just to observe and report. But
Understood.
If you need to break cover, you can. You're authorized to do so under extreme circumstances. The captain is in the know. Both the captain and your XO know this. So your main job is to observe their primary mission. Just remember that.
Fair enough.
Okay. If you need anything, you let me know. Otherwise, it's been good talking to you, Terzi. He kind of
You too.
taps
Thank
his
you.
head and just walks out of the cargo bay. Now, with that, we're going to cut.
Mr. Freeman.
He adjusts his tie and then disappears into the bulkhead. Next, we cut to the bar. It's a busy bar. It's the Bolian's bar with a bunch of Klingons and stuff like that. And you see Commander Baash enjoying some blood wine and some good guk.
Ah!
Klingons mostly like avoiding you still because they're still not used to a Klingon in somewhat Starfleet attire. But then you feel like you hear some steps popping up, coming up towards you, and you hear Commander Baash, and you feel like a big hand like smack you on the back as a laugh comes up, and up behind you, or beside you, like kind of sitting on the bar with you is Captain Akul.
Captain Akul.
It was glorious combat. It was good to have you as a sister in glorious combat.
I'm sure it was, Captain Akul.
And he looks over at the bartender. Bartender! Blood wine! And blood wine comes over to him. And he goes, so you refused a marriage proposal from Gowron himself.
Yes.
You are the daughter of the Dahar Master, aren't you?
Yes.
Oh.
Captain Koloth was who he was once known as. Captain Kirk was Shackleton.
Kirk.
As brave as my father was.
I heard about the mission or the honor that he had in his own death.
Yes, a blood oath to avenge my deceased older brother.
Well, it is good to have a descendant of the Dahar Master himself. And he like smacks you back again and then drinks the wine. Yeah. He kind of laughs. He goes, ha 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 ha, as he drinks. And he goes, but you're captain. You're captain. It's odd to see a Klingon warrior like yourself taking orders from a Vulcan.
I appreciate the Vulcans more than most Klingons, I think. I find the Vulcans to be very cold, and I like that about them.
Each their own. Well, we're being reassigned. We have to return back to Kronos for another mission. We'll be back in a couple of weeks. But I wanted to catch up and confirm you are the daughter. Forgetting the name again of
Koloth.
Koloth. You are the daughter of Koloth.
Yes, please, when you get to Kronos, pay tribute to my father's statue in the Hall of Heroes.
I will.
I have not been able to see it myself yet.
And I will tell your story of the battle with those Patak pirates to Gowron himself and see him squirm. He's a friend.
You know, that's what I was saying earlier. That's why he put me in Starfleet's what's the word? Service.
Officer exchange. Yeah.
Yeah, because I refused that marriage proposal. So until he gets over that, I guess I'm stuck at Starfleet. But it's not so bad. It could be worse.
There are worse places to be. You could be captaining a garbage scow.
Like the Enterprise.
By the way, I'm at the same bar at the table in the corner drinking and just chuckling to myself right now.
By the way, if you're sitting at that bar, a Ferengi approaches you with your rooms. He's like, the arm. How much do you want for the arm?
Great Ferengi
You
voice.
can't afford it.
I can afford it, my friend. I can afford 2 strips of latinum right now.
For 2 strips, I'm gonna backslap you with this hand.
2 bars. Final offer.
Nah. You could buy me a drink, though.
No. And just walks away.
This is getting weird.
All right. So we're going to cut back to the captain. The captain, I'm assuming you're going to be in your quarters if there's some downtime.
That is correct.
You get a comm from the bridge. It is Ensign Jumo, who goes, Captain Sakir?
Jumo?
Admiral Hebert is online for you.
Put him through.
So you get a little cheep, like his image comes up through the screen. He goes, Captain Sakir, it's good to see you again.
Admiral.
Good job on that escort mission.
Thank you.
One thing that's got me a little concerned is those rifts. Your science officer's report said that there's some kind of transportation device.
That is correct. The ionic electromagnetic eddies that we have encountered in the Beta Quadrant appear to be some sort of transportation device for the Orion Syndicate. However, we don't know how yet they work.
Yeah. So, your next, we've got your orders for your next mission, and it's taking you by a nebula that hasn't been charted yet, but long-range scans have shown similar energy discharges in that region. So, while you're heading out to deliver supplies to Epsilon 19, I'm going to ask you to keep your ears open. Keep those eyes open. Let the Vasquez see for us here back at Starfleet Command. Well, he's not at Starfleet Command. He's in, yeah. Let's see for me. We need to know everything we can about these eddies.
Aye, sir. Do you suspect we will see more Orion activity within those eddies?
Possibly. Keep your eyes open. Keep your phasers charged.
You can count on us, sir.
Thank
Secure
you.
out.
Then, oop, goes off. So, next, about towards the end of the day, you guys all kind of get back to the ship. You guys have your standing orders, and you pull away from Narendra Station. Let me pull up the right.
I just realized that it was probably really rude to to hang up on the Admiral. But I was like, I need to hang up.
But you are getting in the habit of hanging up first.
Yes.
Right. That's right.
That's
Establishing
very
my
important for a captain.
Dominance.
No, but
Dominance.
you're also Vulcan, so you have no notion of what rude is. You're just, the conversation is over. Hang up.
It's
Yeah.
more efficient for you to hang up first. It makes sense.
It is only logical to eliminate dead air with a firm and prompt hang up.
That way you don't have to do it in Audacity later.
That is correct.
All right, so you guys return to the ship. The ship pulls off for its next mission. It's been some supplies have been brought aboard the Vasquez for Epsilon 19, and with that, I'll let Meyer go with his captain's log.
Oh, that's me. Okay.
Yeah, secure.
Captain's log. Stardate 48579.4. Starfleet Command has ordered us to deliver badly needed supplies to Epsilon 19 on the other edge of the Galdra Nebula. There have been sporadic reports of high-level energy discharges emanating from within the nebula, which match the signature of the electromagnetic rifts we encountered during our last mission. As such, we have also been asked to help chart this region of space on our journey to the station, in order that we might better understand the rifts.
All right. So, you guys
Do we
are...
have the sensor upgrades that we managed to...
Yes, you still have those sensor upgrades. You guys installed those. So you guys are off on the way. You guys, it takes... it doesn't take too long for you guys. You guys go into warp. You guys... whatever your cruising speed would be. Well, it's up to the captain. Captain, how fast do you want to get to Epsilon 19?
We shall go at our usual cruising speed of warp 6.
Warp
Computer.
6. Okay. Computer. Yeah, you got to refer to me as the computer now. That was a suggestion last episode, which is pretty good. Warp 6 computer. So
Don't make me change the overlay.
so it takes a couple of days to get to the nebula, and when you're in the nebula, it's become a little too dangerous for you to go through at warp. But it should only take you like maybe a day or two to kind of go around at impulse, because the best route that you can chart is kind of skirting the edge of the nebula. You could warp around it, but then it would take too long. Besides, you couldn't do good scans of the area with that. So as you guys are flying along through this nebula, you guys pick up, I should say, Terzi and Naran. You guys both pick up a signal emanating from somewhere inside the Nebula. This signal does not seem to be natural. The computer is saying it's an artificial signal, but you do not recognize the signal.
I'm gonna telepathically message Jersey. You're seeing what I'm seeing?
Yes.
All right.
You hear me say that out loud.
Right. Well, we should probably report this. This is highly unusual. I mean, it does not match up with any of our previous encounters with the Orions, does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't look like anything from the... There's nothing in your records that would indicate. The computer can't identify it.
Captain, we're picking up an unidentified signal from within the nebula.
Are you able to scan it?
Well, yes.
You can try. You want to
Try,
do it?
definitely. Yeah.
All right. Give me a you can do either... You can use scanners, ship scanners.
Yes.
Okay, so control and science.
Control and science.
Can I throw him an assist since we're both looking at it?
Yeah, go ahead and do an assist. And then, of course, someone's going to do the ship assists.
Yeah. Control and science.
Yeah, it's difficulty. I think the difficulty was 3, but the ship can also go. So whoever wants to roll for the ship.
Sensor science for the ship?
Sensor science for the ship.
I was useless.
There we go.
Oh, yay!
Exactly what you needed. So
Don't we have an enhanced sensor package?
We do.
Yeah.
So we got a few talents for our ship with sensors. So we have high resolution sensors, so any task that is assisted by the ship's sensors gain 1 bonus momentum.
yeah, so you get 1 momentum for that.
Nice.
And-
So we're now at 1.
Yeah, and our advanced sensor suites from our mission pod that we got installed also allows us to basically reduce the difficulty of scanning things by 1 to a minimum of 0.
Yeah, and the advanced sensor suite basically this was a difficulty of 4, but because you had the advanced sensor suite, it's a difficulty of 3.
Oh, actually quite difficult then.
Yeah. Well, this is the nebula, the energy rifts, the radiation from that is still causing havoc with your sensors, and then also the nebula itself is not helping it either. You're able to pick it up.
Didn't we actually just have a -2 on the difficulty from last time? Or
only for navigating through the and
navigating,
detecting.
not scanning.
It was
Gotcha.
navigating and detecting which ones are artificial and which ones are natural. Those are the ones you figured out. So you can still track them. It's just harder. It just the background radiation isn't great. That's why the expanse is hard to explore. All right. You're able to figure out where it is. It's not too far away. It's only a few minutes away. But the signal itself does not seem to be of any signal that you recognize. But it's only like an hour, not even by warp.
What kind of signal is it? A message? Is it like a transponder?
It seems like some
echo?
sort of. Seems like it's some sort of message of some kind. It's repeating on the same frequency.
All right. Is it a clear signal? Do we need to clean it up? Or
It's too garbled right now.
too garbled,
ship.
so we'll probably
Yeah.
okay.
You have to get closer
right.
to be able to kind of identify it.
We could launch a probe towards it.
You could, if you want.
Yes, we could, and just relay the signal. All right.
You can ask the captain.
Yeah.
Go
Your
ahead.
idea.
Yes, for the time
Terzi?
being, we should. Yes, Terzi, go ahead and launch the probes. For the time being, we shall keep going at warp 6 towards our destination.
Probe launched.
Okay.
We're flying
So-
impulse right now.
Oh, you were at impulse.
We are
yeah.
flying at impulse.
Okay,
Maximum impulse.
that is what I said.
So you launch the probe, and the probe almost immediately starts clearing up the signals because you get a little bit better. And then as it kind of reaches towards the target, you're hearing something that seems to be a distress signal. The computer's analysis seems to say it's a distress signal. Again, though, it's not Romulan. It's not Klingon. It's not Federation. It's not any known species that seems to be broadcasting this distress signal.
Do I know this yet?
It's up to Terzi and Aaron.
Well, this would, yeah. Well,
Yeah, this
I'm-
would be constantly being discussed, I think.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so you would know it.
yeah, it appears to be a distress signal, Captain, of some type, but unknown species.
Understood. Computer, run the distress signal language through our language directory to see if maybe we can ascertain exactly who these people are.
Okay, that would be a science. A science or computers and science would be. Someone roll that for me.
On the ship.
On the ship.
Yeah. You doing it, Darge?
Oh, I guess so. Yeah. Computers and science and task roll 2 or 1.
Task
I don't know how it is when it's just the ship doing things. This is the first time we're
it's
doing
I think the
Task
ship
roll-
is default to 1.
Default to 1, yeah.
default to 1. Okay. Computers and science.
So you rolled a 2? What does that mean? 2 successes?
2 successes, yeah. So, 2 successes, and the computer comes back and says that. What was the question again? You were asking about, like, analysis?
I wanted to run the language from the distress beacon against all registered Federation languages to see if we know who these people are.
No registered Federation languages. It comes back as, the computer says, no match found.
Curious. I suppose we could make a detour and find out exactly what these people are and what they need. So... Computer, remind me of Federation protocol regarding first contact.
It's General Order 1. Starfleet General Order 1, which is, the Prime Directive, which essentially, in Starfleet's language, Starfleet does not believe in interfering in other species' internal affairs. However, if a species is deemed warp capable or is deemed to be ready to receive contact, they can be contacted. The only caveat to all of this is that there's also a Starfleet General Standing Order to answer all distress calls, all distress signals. So even if that species is like new, it's up to the captain to determine where because sometimes these general orders can conflict with one another.
Is
They
this
answered back,
is this a
"Shaka when
radio
the walls
signal?
fell."
Is this a radio signal or a subspace signal or something?
It's a subspace
FTL?
signal.
It's a subspace signal, so they do have FTL technology.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, in that case, it'll only be pertinent for us to do this as per General Order 1. Helm, set a course for the coordinates of the distress signal.
Juna goes, "Aye, Captain," and sets the order. You guys, off you go.
Engage.
Engage. He goes into to high impulse, all the way there. It's only about 15 minutes. It's a little closer than you thought. And when you get there, you notice something weird. So like almost immediately when you start getting close, your visual sensors, the screen kind of pops up, and you can see the ship. The ship itself is cylindrical. It seems to have one warp engine at the back, very, very basic. Something like it's hard to tell from the readouts that you're getting, but anywhere between warp 1 and warp 3.
I'm doing scans.
Okay, give me a control and science. Well, the weird thing about this is that it seems to be powered down and it's tumbling in space.
Okay. Control science, complication 1.
You're just trying to figure out what it is, because if you want to try to figure out like what it's made of, that'd be a security check.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what it's made of. I'm trying to figure out whether there's an atmosphere or whether there's life signs, etc.
Okay, so the life signs and like
basically the full suite.
The full suite. Okay, so give me a control science and then give me a control security. The control science will tell you all the kind of the details, and security will tell you like all the nature of it.
All right, this is control science first. I don't have anything that will... No focus. Okay.
Nothing. You
Can I
lose.
assist him on the control security one?
Yeah, you can do them on that.
Yeah, Terzi would want to do the control security one, yeah.
Go ahead.
For sure. And would communications or intelligence gathering count as focuses towards this?
Intelligence gathering would. Okay. You're able to, because it's only difficulty task of 1, because it wasn't that hard. Something's wrong with the sensors. The sensors just don't seem to do right. And the computer seems to like, who did the computer science role? Was it you, Bosch?
I did. Bosch did
for the ship.
Starship help, yeah, and that was a fail.
So give me another starship help. It should actually be con and sensors and con should be what it should be. No. There we go. So for that one, it is a success. So you actually have 2 momentum for this one. So the ship seems to like fight you as you're trying to scan it. It's just like error, cannot comply. As you're trying to do the scans, just like you don't know what's going on with the ship. Yeah, and then Terzi kind of starts doing the security sweep, and you're able to figure out that the engine is definitely primitive. The configuration of the ship meets no Starfleet, no known Starfleet or any other kind of alien vessels. It also doesn't look like it was disabled by weapons. And the ship seems to be on very low power. The warp engines are down. And there are some life signs. There are at least 3 life signs aboard.
Are we able to open a hailing frequency?
You can try.
Lieutenant?
I open the frequency.
Okay. What do you say?
To all life forms aboard the unknown vessel, this is Captain Secure of the Federation of Planets. What is it?
Federation Starship.
Starfleet. You specifically say Starfleet.
So I wouldn't say the United Federation of Planets?
Yeah, you would in this case.
would.
It would be like it would be
Federation
like,
Starship.
Yeah, Federation Starship.
There you go.
Right. This is Federation Starship Vasquez of the God damn it.
The
Federation of Planets.
United Federation of Planets. Yes.
Of the United Federation of Planets. Who you be?
Who you be?
Yeah.
New ship.
You require
Who
assistance.
dis?
By the way, Paul, I have the computer re-encode this in every known language and send it.
Okay.
We don't know their language.
No response. There doesn't seem to be any response. But your signs saying that the 3 life signs on board are very weak.
Right.
And
Number 1.
because of my failed scan, we don't know the atmospheric composition inside, etc.
No.
Okay.
Can I do that again?
You can?
I'll try again.
As this is happening, I turn to my XO and go, number 1, activate the tractor beam and steady their tumbling course.
And I'll use 1 momentum just to help me out.
Okay. So,
Slowly.
Bosch, you can also try to activate the tractor beam. It's just it's control security. And then the ship is weapons.
God! Ship, help!
Okay. It's okay. You succeeded 1, and all you needed to do is succeed 1. The ship should help
the ship
anyways.
needs to do that for you
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
What was it? Computers science?
Oh, here we go. Now the ship critically fails again.
It's
was gonna-
sensors con. It'd be sensors con.
Thank you. Where is the button? There it is. Okay.
No. No
For the last
complications.
time,
at least.
number one, the bridge is not the correct place for Klingon opera.
But sir, the acoustics.
You are
So-
correct. The bridge is the most logical place for acoustics.
Oh my god. And then mine was control weapon. Oh wait.
Control,
security.
security, and then it's
Security.
it would be
Jesus.
it would be
What is happening today?
weapons and security for that
Okay.
Unknown vessel. We promise we are an advanced species.
Jesus. Sorry, I'm just having a hard time remembering where
that-
buttons
that-
are.
because I,
So
the we promise might have been muted by my console.
Unable to lock tractor beam.
yeah, you're having a hard
Because I
time with
told-
Quire tracked.
because I
Let me
told
try
Buster to-
again momentarily.
because I told Buster to do it, they do get to re-roll.
Roll one
1
fail,
20.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll do it on mine. And I'm also gonna... Okay, never mind. I should have used momentum. Whatever.
You can use it's okay.
We have one. We have one.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just like logging through these 2 pages. Okay, I'm just gonna roll one more die. Yay, got it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
Oh, Captain, I got it.
okay, you finally
Well done.
activate the tractor beam and you prevent the tumble. The science check says that their atmosphere is pretty similar. It's higher oxygen count than your typical M class. Higher oxygen, lower carbon dioxide. Similar nitrogen makeup.
So we may get a bit dopey, but we'll be fine.
Yeah.
We'll just wear, spacesuits when we go inside, right?
Yeah.
Captain.
It's a bulky. They kind of impede your progress,
Also,
but
your
sure.
science scan also indicates that there's some critical health right now. The people who are the things on there are in critical condition.
Captain, if you would like, I can lead an away team of medical officers as well as a few security officers. And perhaps an engineering crew as well to assess what is going on over there.
That sounds excellent, number one.
Excellent.
All right, Jensen,
Do
get
that.
your space.
Jason, with us!
Like, you call out
Nagata!
sending an engineer, and then we just send Jensen. So I just.
Nagata, stop being high and get to transporter
Twiddle.
room 3, please.
All right, man. I'm just high on life, man. Commander, you should join me for some more meditation. Got some red leaf tea for you.
Just do your job!
I've got a sweet holodeck program for surfing, man.
Everybody,
All right.
report.
So it's you, Jensen, and a team of engineers, and the doctor, right? Is anybody else going?
I believe that my exo should be enough, once again, to go alone on
Okay.
this away team.
Does anyone want to play Nagata or Jensen?
Not me. He's too high.
I'll play Jensen. Sure.
Okay. Who wants to play
Jones, you
Nagata?
get Nagata this time around.
Hey, man.
You're muted, by the way, Jones.
You're still muted.
Still
Yeah.
muted.
No, I'm not.
No, you're not. Okay.
Okay. Just make
So-
mouth movement without.
I just hadn't said anything.
I get
Okay.
it.
So,
I
uh,
understand.
so you guys, you can beam over. It's going to use a power, one of your powers. So you're down to 8 power because the tractor
will
beam
mark
would cost 1 power.
On the
Um,
ship sheet.
But you all show up at the transporter bay, beam over as you come in with blue light cascading around you. You show up and you're in a dark space. Like it's super dark, like almost pitch dark. You can see little illumination of lights blinking around you, but that's the only thing that's illuminating the space.
I hit the T button to turn on my headlamp.
It's
the little arm.
Wrist mounted flashlight. Yeah.
Yeah. So, turning on your flashlights and looking around. Go ahead.
I have a palm light in one hand and a tricorder in the other.
Are you you're with them?
I'll be the doctor actually if Drones doesn't want to do it.
All yours.
Okay.
Sweet.
Right. I've got a regular
I still have a palm
tricorder.
light and a tricorder.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got a medical. I got a regular.
Okay. So you guys
has an engineering tricorder. Thank you very much.
is there a difference? I thought they were just regular.
Oh wait.
No, there's an engineering tricorder that can't do medical scans at all, but is better at finding technical stuff.
Look, I have a phaser.
So a regular tricorder does a bit of both.
It does both.
Yeah, regular tricorder's in between.
It's a science.
Right.
I think it's like a medical tricorder, a scientific tricorder, and the engineering tricorder.
Oh. Okay.
So, your scans, the scientific the medical tricorder instantly picks up 3 creatures. These 3 humanoid figures are laying on the deck of the ship. And you see they have some sort of spacesuit on with the helmet down, but they're if
they
you
look
see
anything like
the
this?
face. No, they're entirely. They have a long beak almost face, and their entire face is covered with feathers. It looks like kind of feathers, and different colored plumage. But the spacesuit looks very primitive. It looks like 21st century kind of spacesuit. Large backpacks that carry the oxygen. And the engineering
This ship is for the birds, man.
There we go. The engineering tricorder is picking up that this ship is entirely running on battery power. There's old lithium batteries which are running this thing. Yeah, there are lithium rechargeable batteries which are currently keeping this thing up.
Tesla.
You know, it's like
It's Elon's car.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's the one he shot with the Falcon Heavy. Yeah.
Yes. So
we're on dilithium and they're on lithium, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, dilithium is much
All right.
better.
Well, I guess Jensen and the team makes a beeline for anything that remotely looks like main engineering room.
And security, there's a security personnel with each team. There's security personnel to escort engineering. There's security personnel to escort medical, and I'm of course the security for whoever else is left over. So
you would have known
that
there's only about, this place is designed for like 10 people. It's not a very big structure. So you'd probably have like Jensen and maybe one engineer with a scientist, and then like you and a security personnel, and then maybe like one security personnel with Nagata. So what does Nagata do?
Nagata walks over to the bodies on the floor and is like, "This seems like a weird time for a siesta, dudes."
What else is he gonna do other than making quips?
And he's gonna start scanning them.
Okay, give me a let's pull up Nagata.
Open his character.
Yeah, open his character sheet real quick. He do a control medicine check. Control medicine.
Nagata. Open sesame. Control medicine, you said.
Yeah. Difficulty 2, task roll 2.
Okay. Control medicine 2, go.
He's having a hard time. He's had a hard time scanning, getting metaphysical data from the something in the suits is kind of blocking the scans.
Maybe if he would do less drugs.
My body is a temple, man. The hardest thing I do is green tea.
Yeah.
Computer, remind me how the universal translator works.
It needs to hear a lot of voice. You need to hear this, like, you need to have a dialogue, some sort of like something from their database for that to process, or you needs to hear the spoken word to be able to process it. Sometimes it can take minutes, sometimes it can take hours. It depends on the complication of the language.
What rank is the security person walking around with me?
Probably just a crewman.
Okay. Hey, crewman, help me get one of these guys out of their spacesuits.
Okay.
It's messing up with my scans.
Her name is Jet Za'ar, and she is from Capella. Have respect.
Cool, jet setter.
So she'll help you like take the helmet off, and as you take the helmet off, you hear of the oxygen as it pulls up, and you see it kind of the creature kind of like stirs a little bit, its eyes kind of blink open, kind of a little bit open, and then close again, and it's kind of fading in and out. But you're able to like pull off the suit, and you can give me another science check.
All right, I'm gonna make a science check, and I'm also gonna make
control medicine.
Like,
yeah.
Control medicine. I'm gonna do that, and I'm also gonna make like soothing pigeon noises.
Okay.
There you go. I do it better.
Man, this whole damn episode's gone to the birds.
Right.
The
What about
gata,
engineering?
you're weird.
Hey, made rolls.
It worked.
It worked.
Pigeon
Okay.
noises worked.
So you seems to removing its suit seems to have helped you get the scans. It's this is the worst crew to make first contact with an avian species. The worst crew.
Oh my god. Get it together! Pull it together.
I couldn't resist.
You're representing Starfleet, whether I like this or not.
I wonder if they lay eggs.
So you're able to get most of its physiology. It seems similar, close enough, and you can tell that that this species is this creature, a member of the species, is suffering from low oxygen. Like the oxygen level seems to be good for you guys, but it's not high enough for this creature. It feels it's as if it's being deprived very slowly of oxygen, and it's also suffering from malnutrition.
Similar effects to what a human would have at high altitude.
Exactly, yeah. And then also it's suffering from malnutrition, and it seems to be suffering from dehydration. It's wasting away.
Okay.
And with that check,
This
you
is
can
not
scan
relevant
the rest
to
of it.
what's going on with them at all, but I want to know: do they have hollow bones?
Yes, they do.
Fantastic.
Yeah, but all of them seem, because you already done that check, you're able to kind of like look through, like scan, run the medical tricorder over them and go, yeah, all of them are suffering the same effects.
All right. Well, I want to have the crewmen put little transporter transponders on them,
Okay.
and then I would like I like comm over to the ship.
Mm-hmm.
Captain, got to get the voice, man. Okay.
Nagata.
Request permission to beam the inhabitants of this ship over to sickbay. They're not doing so well here, and I need to put them in some pressurized medical beds to get their oxygen levels up.
Permission granted. However, ensure that the medical bay is clear and engage quarantine protocol.
Protocols? Got
That's
it,
the one.
man.
All right. So you can beam
Then I
them
come
back.
into sickbay
Yeah.
as well. Prep 3 medical beds with pressurized fields. I want oxygen levels that double the normal, and have a security crew standing by. We're beaming a new alien race aboard.
The nurse goes, yes, yes, doctor. And
Let me know as soon as it's done.
yes. It takes a minute, like less than a minute. And then you get to come back. Ready when you are, doctor.
All right, must straight to sick bay.
Okay, so you get beamed straight to sickbay, and I want you to give me. We'll just kind of go through this pretty quickly, then we'll move. Actually, you beam to sickbay. Let's cut to the engineering team.
Yep.
Jensen.
Yes.
Jensen, you and your crew are working through. Jensen's a human, by the way. Working through the engineering. You see, like you go into what looks like the warp core, and it's built sideways rather than vertical, and it seems to be like you can only see part of the warp core itself, and it looks incredibly primitive. Like you've seen pictures of like the like warp cores from the early 23rd century, like early Starfleet, and it looks worse than that. Like. Like you'd be surprised that this thing isn't leaking radiation right now. It's that primitive.
So Zephyrin Cochrane era, something like that.
Yeah,
Or even worse.
something like almost worse than that. Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna scan it and see if it's we're able to activate it and get some power going
Okay.
instead of relying on battery power.
All right. So give me a control and engineering check.
Control and engineering. Complication?
1, task roll 2, difficulty 2.
Oh.
Unrelated, really quick.
Okay,
I've
don't know why I
decided
rolled
that-
twice, but
Okay.
we'll go with the lower one, which is still a success.
Still success.
I've decided that Daxon Cole is passed out in his room after covering a double because he lost that bet.
Because he lost that bet.
Yeah.
He's off duty. That's fine. So you, Jensen's able to pick up with you and your team are able to pick up. It's too low. It's completely shot. All of the lithium is gone. They're completely out of power with that kind of situation.
So no way to. There's no way. Can we? Well, do we have any portable power sources? Can we plug them in and see if we can get main power online?
You could, but you have to beam them over.
All right. I will come over to engineering and request a couple of portable power sources to be beamed over to my location.
Okay. They confirm and beam it over. So you get little portable power generators you can guys install. Give me give me an insight, because you kind of know how this thing works. You should know where everything goes. Give me an insight engineering for this one.
Instant engineering, and same as before.
Same as before.
Okay, let's see if I can click it
Actually,
once.
with difficulty 1. It's difficulty 1, because you already know what it is. You're not just plugging wires in.
Yeah. Already found out where to plug the wire in. Okay, let's see if I can click it once instead of twice. Yay.
No, you need it. It's complication. So, you're able to boot the power back up, but the warp core seems to be offline, because the power comes back up, but the warp core is damaged. Like something in the process of you plugging the power in, it goes whoosh, like you overcharged it a little too much, and so the warp core now just fizzled out. It's going to take a while. You'd have to fix the warp core, but the power back up. Lights turn back on, and the entire ship is. You can get a better look at the entire ship. It looks bolted, like welded and bolted. It looks rolled steel or something like that. Maybe double bulkheads. And the ground below you is like grates. The whole thing is circular, so like you see grates, and it kind of goes to the doors.
Are we floating, or is there artificial gravity?
There's artificial gravity.
Okay.
Yeah. And there are some bodies on the ground you didn't see in the corner, not wearing suits, but they seem to be not moving at all.
Okay. And I don't have a medical tricorder. Do we still have any medical personnel with us? So
No, they all beamed back over.
They all beam back over. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess. Can I check? Is the life support back to local standard? Is
Yeah,
are oxygen levels rising and stuff?
The oxygen levels are rising, bring back up and everything like that.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll head over and take a look rudimentarily. What's up with the bodies? Can I? Does an engineering tricorder does it even pick up life signs, or is it completely useless for that?
It's totally tech.
Yeah.
Totally tech.
The security officer has a tricorder with him though, just a regular one. He can start scanning.
Oh, okay. Right.
So.
I will ask for help in ascertaining whether these guys are alive or dead.
Okay, give me a control science for this one.
With Jensen.
Yep.
Ooh, control science not so good. Complication 1, task roll 2.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't realize I was muted. I can assist with that because I'm an assist.
Because you're still on board, yeah.
Yeah. Control science, you said?
Yep. Go control science assist, yeah.
Do control science. I don't have a very good science rating, I'm just letting you know.
Yeah. Jensen not so much as well. But hey,
not so good. Double success.
I am the best at Klingon science. Thank you very much.
So you guys actually get 3 momentum for this one. As you're scanning, by the way, as the oxygen levels are rising, you all are feeling very lightheaded, and you're feeling a little warm. Like it feels like the engine is getting really warm. You'll notice that the creatures are wearing suits. They don't look like spacesuits. They look like heavy spacesuits. It looks like someone is wearing like a radiation suit with a spacesuit underneath it. You know, it's like a radiation on top of it.
More tricorder readings. Is there any radiation coming out of the engine?
Yes, it's slowly building. It's not dangerous right now, but it's definitely building.
Can I turn down the power on it? Or is it on and off?
You can try to turn it down. Give me a control engineering for that one.
I will assist him again.
Control engineering, yeah. I'll use 1 focus. No, I won't. Control engineering and.
Well, see, he might actually have focus on this.
He has electroplasma composure as a.
He also has
focus,
warp field dynamics. He would also have focus.
Sweet. All right, using a focus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, and 2 more. You guys just maxed out your your after fumbling so hard early, you maxed out your momentum. Nice. So you're able to, first off, let's go to the science first. You realize that they're dead. These guys are dead. There's no life signs from them. They do not seem to be breathing. There is no automaton. There's no functions. And then you're able to tune the engines. You realize that they made a critical miscalculation. You figure they essentially routed power through the warp core, from the warp core to the ship directly, as if it was like a fire hose. It's just spewing all the power straight into the ship. But
even Klingons know that is bad.
With some tweaks, you're able to kind of like have it kind of like cycle a little bit more and like lower the energy levels, so there is no radiation that's emanating from it. It seems, and you when you look around you realize that this is heavily shielded. So like they just did not realize how to manipulate the warp core enough to kind of like only siphon a little power instead of like plug it in with a fucking like directly into the plug a little 3-prong connector directly into the warp core. And
they may not even have. Oh no, they would have knowledge that it's prone to radiation since they had those heavy suits. So, yeah.
It's like trying to pull power off of from like a regular plug into like the same kind of plug you plug your like dryer into.
Yeah.
It's like, well, okay, it's too much.
European, we don't have such problems. Everything's 220.
It would be like trying to plug a garden hose into a fire hydrant.
Yeah.
So, but you're able to get everything back up. You'll notice that there are 6 other bodies around the ship as you guys explore the ship. We're talking primitive. You've got some at the front of the ship. You have a big, wide open plexiglass screen. Plexiglass Yeah. There is a deflector shield on this thing. So they did have deflector technology. But it is primitive. And the whole ship seems to, they had like chairs with straps, kind of like for takeoff and such like that. It seems like indications from scans seems like this was built on a planet and then launched with chemical rockets into orbit. And there is no impulse engines on this thing, just a warp engine.
I want to scan the general area for any planets that.
Drones is really quiet. All of a
Yeah,
sudden.
he's really quiet all of a sudden too.
Sorry, is that better?
Yeah.
A little better. Yeah.
We just want to make sure you sound good for the YouTube audio later. God.
We'll hear it.
Understood.
It's been a thing lately. God.
I moved my whole desk. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I will actually, because we don't know the customs of these people and how they deal with their dead. I will actually go ahead and bag up the bodies essentially, or cover them in a respectful way, because again, we don't know what their customs are and don't want to be dicks.
Is there a way we can hook into their computers?
Yeah.
Or would that
You
be a
can
science thing or engineering?
Give me a science.
Should have gone.
Give me a science reason for this one.
Science reason. All right.
I will help you.
She's the most scientific Klingon in the universe.
I am so sciencey for Klingon.
Are you though?
Shut up.
That was the wrong one. That was reason to medicine.
Oh, sorry. Ha!
Still. That's all you need. So you're able to basically set up a subspace transponder. So you're basically like sticking something like a little nodule against the computer banks, and what it's doing is it's reading the computer language, the computer data, and sending it directly back to the Vasquez. So the Vasquez is getting a direct data stream.
This is where I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Captain, we are transmitting data from the ship's data banks. They have only warp core engine, but no impulse.
Interesting.
They try to essentially use the warp core for power to other systems, and it did not go so well for them.
That it seems highly illogical.
Well, they appear to be in the rudimentary stages of being a post-warp civilization.
That appears to be the case. Are we able to use their flight data to ascertain where they came from?
I was hoping that the people that Terzi could maybe take care of that and figure that out.
That is a good point, Lieutenant.
Hi, Captain.
So give me two things. You first wanted to do a scan for ships or for planets or systems in the vicinity that might register it. So give me a reason science check for that.
Oh, this will go badly.
Yeah. With the ship's
What's
help.
the difficulty on it?
Difficulty is 2, or it's difficulty 1, but the task roll 2.
And Naran will help.
If he's using
and Naran's still there.
If he's using sensors and the difficulty is 1, the difficulty is 0.
Oh, okay. So yeah, just do it. Just roll. You have to. There we go. Good.
I push the button.
Do we even help at this point?
You don't have to. Yeah, you don't need to.
Fine.
So you're able to pull up the sensor data from the region. There is a system nearby. It looks like it's maybe a day at warp 9 from where you guys are.
Okay. So, Captain, there's a nearby planet that could have supported this lifetime.
And based off of your own kind of reasoning with the data, it may have come from that direction.
This is not for certain. This is just a possible.
Yeah.
I see. Well, after the rest of the away team returns to the ship, We shall plot a course. We shall blah 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 blah
Blah, 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 blah,
We shall-
blah.
Oh, you speak their language already.
Yeah. Well. I was gonna say,
Wow.
Let the captain speak, guys.
The Vulcan equivalent to a hairball.
I was gonna say that we got their logs. Maybe there's audio logs that the universal translator could dig its teeth into.
I'll have Anarin do
do
that
that.
here in a second. But you want him to chart a course? Is that what you're saying, Captain?
That is correct. I would like to plot a course to this unknown planet, and then listen out for signals coming from it to ascertain if they came from there.
To go with it's control con.
Maybe we should tow their ship too.
Yep.
Yes.
Jumo says, I can, course plotted in, Captain. What warp?
What warp will we be able to do it on? I mean, like, what warp is the ship we're towing capable of going?
Or we could even plot in a course from their ship and just.
So they're based off of what the information you have, it's capable of maximum warp 3. So it would if you went with the ship's level, it would take 3 months to reach this system. At high warp.
And I have
At-
to
3 months
walk
in the
onto the
wrong
bridge
way.
now.
While it would be a good gesture to take their ship because of the limitations of their navigational deflectors, we may have to leave it here for now and then take it back later, or at least tell them where to take it.
I gotta go full
Shouldn't
out of
we
character.
maybe talk
I
to
gotta
them first?
I gotta go full out of
They
character,
haven't
Star
talked to you
Citizen style.
Okay.
Will it fit in the cargo?
I was just about
No.
to ask that.
No, it's a size. It's a size. Like considered a size 3 in terms of scale. So
Okay.
it's
Okay.
smaller than your ship, but bigger than like a runabout.
Because we can tractor it, we could probably encompass it in our shields and subspace bubble.
In the warp bubble, yeah. You might be able to tractor it, but you'd have to give me a check for that. You'd have to kind of set that up.
We should talk to them first.
We should talk to
Excellent.
them first, but I hail the medical team in the med bay and go, sick bay. What is the status of our guests?
All right, sick bay. That's where we cut back to the sick bay. Sick bay, give me some medical checks.
All right.
Medicine with the assist of the ship because the ship is helping us out.
Insight medicine now?
Insight medicine.
Okay. I'm gonna use some of our maxed out momentum.
Is there a character sheet for Nagata? Because if
There
he
is.
has a
There's
Z,
two of it. There
if
is.
he- Yeah, because if he has any focuses related to alien
Xenobiology.
physio-
He has.
There you go.
He has a focus in that.
so he does have a focus at play.
He also has its focus in trauma surgery, so this would also be that. All right, that's all he
All
needed.
right.
The ship is also going to help though, so I'll do the ship for you guys real quick.
Cool.
Computer and medicine.
Hello, computer.
Boop. None.
Doctor Ship is a good doctor.
Lord, how quaint.
It doesn't really work. The ship isn't much of a help, but the doctor is able to stabilize and revive all of the patients. Security. So like as you're stabilizing, and the nurse and the doctor kind of go around like hyperspray into the each of their necks. They kind of all stir, and you notice they're all wearing kind of jumpsuits under. They were wearing jumpsuits under their spacesuits. So they're all kind of stirring and kind of look around and look at you. And at first you hear,
Really quick, while the medical team is working, I also calm back over to the people that are on their ship, the away team. I was like, hey man, take a look around and see if they have any rations. If I'm able to get these guys to wake up, I want to know what their nutritional needs are.
That's easy to find. There are rations. There are rations still about. They're very scattered and rare, but they seem very protein-based, typical kind of foods you'd have that most sentient species in the galaxy would eat.
Computer. Have you been able to ascertain using their navigational and audio logs a protocol for the universal translator?
calculating. Give me a. I think it was a Naren was going to do the science and insight, and then with the ship's help. I don't think the ship.
I have a focus in xenobiology. Would that help?
That would help. Well, no, xenolinguistics. Yeah, I'll just say for it. Xenolinguistics would be, but yeah.
True. Right.
I'd say you'd have some idea of like how they make sounds, you know.
Yeah, so I actually know which is random noise, which is actually their language.
Yeah, which one is and you know which one is this is a pizza, you know, kind of difference.
All right, and one momentum as well. Why not?
Pizza.
So we're down to 3, right? Use 2. Okay.
Chip helped anyways.
Yay.
Ooh, and a complication.
Complication. Okay.
So we don't know. Is this a pizza or is it a burrito?
But it has the equivalent of a Ferengi or you figure out their language, but it has the equivalent of a Ferengi accent now.
So here's this is going to work. The computer is having a hard time getting all of the language down. It's able to get most of the proper language down, but the slang terms, it just doesn't seem to be picking up. You guys can pick up that there is slang that they use, but the computer doesn't recognize it as language. It thinks it's just
come out as
noise.
box and cause.
Yeah. So, as this is happening, you know, the universal translator is picking up on the voices, and then they start slowly going. Where are we? And they look around at each other. Bakal, who are you? And looks at Nagata.
Hey, dudes. Welcome.
The second you say "Hey, dudes," they go, "You speak our language?"
There's an explanation that's a lot more technical than I'm going to get into, but we'll go with yes.
Where are we? Are we dead?
No. Welcome to the medical bay of the USS Vasquez. A ship that represents the United Federation of Planets.
Surf's up.
Multiple? There's, and then one of them looks at the other one, stands up and goes, "I am Captain Halal of the
Well, hello, Halal.
Well, they're birds. Their diet would be seed-based, so of course halal.
Insects. They probably love gocks.
Oh.
Or that's racist.
Of the Navarian ship Hope.
That's a good name for a ship. Hold that thought. Combat shuts the bridge. Captain, our guests are awake.
One to sick bay. So I've called. So well, I guess I'll go. Thank you, Nagata. Then I call sick bay. I mean, then I call the transporters to send me to sick bay.
Okay.
Because
this
walking is so
their
pedestrian.
Quite literally pedestrian.
All
Brian,
right,
beam us to the enemy. Beam us down to the planet. Do you want to come down to the transporter room first? You'll just beam us straight from the bridge.
Is that the Lonely Orion one?
Yeah.
Lonely O'Brien, yeah.
So you beam straight to the med bay, and in front of their eyes, this creature materializes in front of them, and like the captain just like, what the fuck, and just like freaking out, like falling backwards, as the other ones are kind of like just in shock, like, are you sure we're not dead?
You're not dead. Stop molting, guys. This is Captain Sakir. He will take over the diplomatic discussion. That was a transporter. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. It's like your magic. And another one of them, Sada. Who's her name? You mentioned her name at one point. She kind of goes, this is insane. this is like stories from the old texts, of floating mountains and giant, creatures fighting epic battles.
Any sufficiently advanced technology to the untrained eye. Oh, go ahead, Captain.
You do it. You freaking hit me. Ow. I got a cramp.
Rage so hard he got a cramp.
No, wait. I've got it. I'll start. You finish.
Okay, there we go.
Any sufficiently advanced technology to the untrained eye
may be indistinguishable from magic. Welcome aboard. I am Captain Secure of the Cramp. Oh, sorry, one second.
Are you sure you don't want me?
Now you know how I feel.
You want some green tea?
A hypo spray will suffice.
He just grabs hypo spray, sticks it in his leg.
Just a random.
What was in that hypo spray?
Well, this is the captain's fault for not stretching his legs and walking to safety. So,
Is that exercising
it's on
enough?
him.
He didn't like prep this in his head at all. It's like, transport me directly to sickbay. I'll just wing it.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
birds.
Okay, so the captain again, Halal, sends up to you and offers his actually doesn't offer his hand. He offers his beak. So he kind of walks up to you and goes, puts his beak in your face and goes, Captain Halal of the Navarian ship Hope. Good to meet you, Captain.
I take the cue and I respond in turn, saying likewise.
Yeah. Your nose touches his beak, and he kind of gestures, like moves up, down a little bit, and then pulls back.
You Eskimo kiss.
So I have a trait. I mean, so let me just find my character sheet real quick. But essentially, Secure is trained in negotiation, diplomacy, and diplomacy in general.
Mm-hmm.
So like he excels at diplomacy essentially. So he kind of takes these cues pretty fast, and he kind of catches on to things like that.
I'll let you know if it's something that he would have picked up on if you don't quite get it. So
You're now married.
now we must fight to the death. You dishonor me.
Just signed over the ship to him.
And you're expected to produce an egg immediately.
So
my
he goes. He says, Captain, this is going to sound weird, but we were looking for something exactly like you.
Explain.
Our home system is threatened. It's a long story, but our sun is going under a expanded hyper. Oh gosh, he's stumbling on his words. He's like, it's Ayu. No, that's not the right word. It's sped up. There is word. Sped up. Sped up nova classification. It's about to go supernova. Artificially. Not our fault. Something else happened. But we were the only ship built that was capable of warp. And we know there were other species out there. But so we were sent out to try to get help. And then the scientist cuts in and says, and stop it. And then the captain looks back and goes, we don't know if that's possible, okay? And the scientist again goes, I know it's possible. We just need enough energy to do it.
Curious. So, you're saying that your home star is going critical, and there is a way to reverse this? Would we?
The scientist steps up and goes, yes. You see, it's not a natural formation. It still should be stable for another billion years. It's just something happened. The ancient ones. So their icon sent out some sort of energy pulse that made it expand. And the captain again goes, they don't know who the ancient ones are. You have to explain that. She goes, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Captain, can we get something to eat? Looks at you. She looks at you. I'm starving, and I'm trying to get ahead of myself.
Right.
Nagata walks over to one of the replicators and is like, "Computer, synthesize a food item with similar nutritional qualities as the rations from the what was their race again?
Navarian.
Navarian. To the Navarian, the rations found on the Navarian ship, please. Barbecue flavor."
And then like this paste that's like little chunks in it with little spices around is like kind of shows up in the replicator.
I was kind of hoping he'd be like trail mix number 3.
He picks up the tray and like brings it over and is like, "Yeah, our scans showed you were probably hungry."
So the scientist takes it and kind of sniffs it in a little bit, and then kind of puts her hand in and kind of pulls a little bit out and kind of puts it in her beak and goes, "This tastes like blah 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 blah."
Yeah, barbecue.
Barbecue. It sounds very similar to blah 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 blah, a dish that's popular in the southern continents. But I've never had it with patal bit mesh. It's an interesting combination. Well, thank you. And then the rest of them kind of take it and grab some. They first they're trying to be polite, but it's like restrained politeness. Like they're like move it a little bit and then kind of like reaching over, and then the second they eat it, they're like, "Oh God, okay, yeah." They just start like nomming down on it really quickly because like it's as if they hadn't had food in like forever.
Which is probably what happened.
And then finally, okay, when it's all kind of gone, like, okay, I'm sorry. Let me explain from the top. The scientist she's I forgot what her name was. Damn it! I want to write these down real quickly. So it's Halal, Sita, and
Kosher.
and Tekma is the other one of the names. So Sita starts going. She goes, okay, so about 2 centuries ago, we thought we were the most advanced species in the universe. We were factionalized, but we were mostly peaceful. And suddenly a pulse from one of our neighboring planets just absolutely devastated our world. We had all the power went out at once. Everything in the world was shut down. Everything electrical was not working. It nearly destroyed us. What little was able to be saved was able to salvage our society as a whole, and immediately we went to work trying to figure out what happened. We discovered was that the energy pulse came from a neighboring planet, and it was incredibly powerful. So we began to work on finding out what it was. It took us 3 generations to get there, but eventually we landed on this world, on New World, she calls it, and New World had some sort of outpost, ancient, millions of years ago. This ruined area had technology far beyond what we could even comprehend, and it took us almost a generation to figure out how to harness this technology, and that's where the Hope came from. She's our first ship capable of warp. But once we had finished building the Hope, we hadn't even flown her on a test flight yet. The Icon activated once more and sent a pulse of energy straight into our sun. And ever since then, it's been growing. Something is feeding it power. We don't know what. And it's causing our sun to go into an early stages of supernova. It's my theory that there's something still there feeding it power. But nobody in the science ministry will listen to me. And the captain kind of looks over and goes, yeah, because there's no way we've registered anything. There's nothing there. We have our sensors, not even the sensors we could use from the icon saying there's anything there. There's nothing there. We can't save it. We have to get help. That's the whole purpose of this mission. And she says, I don't believe there's a no-win situation. I believe we can do this.
Are you sure her name isn't Captain Kirk?
Captain Kirk! Yeah.
Well, Captain Halal, rest assured that as a member of the Federation of Planets, we are duty-bound to help you to the best of our ability. Then I calm left the Lieutenant Inarin. Secure to Inarin.
Captain?
You have a guest. One of our new Navarian guests has a lot to confer with you regarding some interesting occurrences in their system. We're going to see what we can do to help, and we need you for this.
Copy. On my way, and I will take the turbo lift to the med bay.
It's
Damn
about
straight you will.
2 or 3 minutes that you get to the medical bay, and you walk in, and there's these 3. This is the first time you've seen them. 3 creatures in jumpsuits, feathers. The captain has these very dark crimson red feathers, with kind of like white tips on it. Sita, the scientist, she has very blue, like really dark blue with like red tips on her feathers. And Tekma, the other one, he's in. His feathers seem to be entirely gold, like almost translucent, or not translucent, almost like reflecting gold, as if it's like kind of like.
Out of character, are these division colors?
You don't know. You could
know, but they've matched up very much with ours.
Are their colors synthetic?
You'd have to do some more scans on that one, based off of the medical things that they definitely have colored. Like they are synthetic. There are synthetic colors in their feathers, but you don't know if that has anything to do with like maybe it could just be like dyeing your hair green. It could be the equivalent.
Right. Point of order, by the way, for the Vasquez. I just wanted to. So we, as part of the Federation, we don't really deal with money. However, I feel like we would still deal with like credits and stuff, and so we would transporter credits. And so the reason why Inarin didn't teleport there is because he didn't want to waste his transporter credits.
There we go.
To move.
There's a credit system on the Vasquez that the captain is enforcing. Bring a little Ferengi efficiency to the ship.
It is only logical.
Right, I arrive at the med bay, and I will introduce myself. And
go ahead, give me an introduction.
Yeah. All right. Hello. I am Lieutenant Inarin. I am the chief science officer aboard this ship. I was told there is someone here to meet me.
Sita, the one with the dark blue, kind of walks up and kind of like grabs you by the shoulders, just like walks up and just like casually grabs you on the shoulders, and then kind of squeezes and goes, Sita, good to meet you.
No, I will do the same, and maybe a bit too enthusiastically with my left arm, kind of.
Okay.
Grab to
you grab a little too hard. Ooh, strong one. Oh, you're as a fellow scientist, we need to. I have to talk with you about something. And she kind of tells you the story, and she tells you her theory. Her theory is that there's some kind of portal which has been opened by this pulse that was sent from this ancient structure, and then that pulse is or that tunnel or that portal is feeding energy into the star, causing it to prematurely go into supernova stages. And she thinks that if she can find the pulse, she has records for the pulse. She thinks she can develop a counterwave to the pulse, but she doesn't know where the rift is. And if she can hit the rift with a counterwave, she thinks she could collapse it.
Right. let's make our way to a science lab to get a bit more to put your theories into equations.
Okay. You want to go to
To
the
run
science
some
lab?
practical models.
Yeah.
Practical models. Yeah, there we go.
In the meantime, the captain turns to you, Secure, and goes, "Captain, if it's not too much, if you can save the Hope, can you please do? It's an icon of our people, and if you could, I don't know how long it's going to take you to get us back home, but I'd request permission or request that you take us back to our home planet."
Very well. Computer, how long would it take to get back to their home planet at Warp 6?
It comes back and says, 3 days.
Very well. We'll be able to get back to your home planet in 3 days, and rest assured, we will be able to take the. I lost the Vulcan accent there for a second. I just realized I wasn't talking Vulcan anymore. Anyway, we'll get there in 3 days, and rest assured, we will take your ship with us, using our tractor beam.
Thank you, Captain.
I nod.
So let's. I'm assuming I'm going to fast forward a little bit. So we're going to transport. I'm assuming you're going to transport the away team back onto the ship.
I assume that they already were. Sorry.
Yeah, and then the ship is already in. You already have a tractor on it. You can bring it in the subspace bubble, but I will need for Cole, Lieutenant Commander Cole, to give me a.
I exist. Cole makes an appearance in the episode.
Yes,
You are off duty though, so you know.
he was.
Yes.
But he came back in duty right as everything was going on. So.
Right.
What's all
Plot
the kerfuffle
demanded
about?
it.
Yes.
So he's he needs to give me a control and engineering check to essentially keep the to tow it in and then kind of like encompass the warp bubble around it and everything.
The first thing he's doing though is giving Jensen crap because you beamed over to a ship belonging to a new alien race without me. Without me.
Sorry, sir. We tried to contact you. You were not responding.
Knock on my damn door next time.
All right.
Understood.
Last time I cover a double for you.
Okay, you lost a bet.
Well, if the science officer could hold his drink.
So, yeah, if you just give me that check, and then it'll be assisted by the ships.
All right. How much momentum do we have right now since the captain made a
3.
promise?
3.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna spend 1 on this as well. And roll.
I can do ship roll if you just tell me.
Yeah, it's structure and engineering for this one.
Ooh.
Keep forgetting to tell you the difficulty. Difficulty would be 2 for this case, anyways. So you get 1 extra momentum back.
Yay! I get the one
Back
I
to
spent.
3.
So, yeah, 'cause
But you
it's
didn't roll
difficulty
3.
2.
Would
Should've rolled
Warfield
3.
dynamics have played into that? Oh yeah, I didn't
would've.
actually spend the momentum, I guess.
Yeah.
Oops.
Whoopsie. Still got 3 though.
Yep. All right. Well, the
Warfield mechanics would
it
have,
would have been 4.
and it would have been 4.
'Cause
Yeah.
I would-
So yeah, because that's a
so.
2. So you actually rolled. So yeah, 4. So you have 2 additional momentum there. But yeah, you're easily able to pull into the warp bubble and plot a course with warp 6. Now, in the coming days, I'm going to speed up a little bit. You're going to be working with Sita.
We send a message to the outpost to let them know their supplies are going to be late. Sorry. This has been bugging me since we promised to 2 days off our trip.
Yeah.
Do it.
Okay. You send a message to the outpost, so then it'll be a little bit late. And then over the time that you're kind of going to towards their planet, Sita is working really close with you, Inaran. But I want you to give me. You're running some practical some practical scans and everything like that. Give me a give me a insight science task, difficulty 2.
Insight science. Hold on. Hold on. I keep forgetting about my my talents. One of them is mental repository. So if I take using extensive mental conditioning, the character has access to memories with unprecedented clarity and accuracy, so long as the character takes time to focus their mind prior to attempting a task. So since we have a lot of time, I presume that I would be doing that. They reduce the difficulty of the task by 1 to a minimum of 1.
So you have a 1. This would be difficulty of 1.
Difficulty of 1, so insight and science. Alright.
While they're spending so much time together, Cole is also definitely somewhere making a birds and the beta Zeds joke.
We'll talk about with Cole, because Cole's going to have this as well. The ship will also aid. I'll get the ship real quick for you. The ship is going to aid with its computers and science. Doop. And she does not aid. The Vasquez is just acting up today. She just does not want to do anything with you guys.
She is off duty as well.
Huh?
That's obviously an engineering oversight somewhere.
This Kraken Nebula is messing with my ship. I cannot wait to be away from here. The accent has changed once again. Medicare for all. Anyway.
Space Sanders.
I fear you've been spending too long in the hollow. What's it called again? The hollow deck.
The holodeck, yeah.
The hollow deck has been playing havoc with his accent since we came to the Bennett Quadrant.
Little 21st century politics. You're able to, you're working with her. You find out quite a lot, that she feels like she was part of the warp team, the team that developed warp, but she always had problems with the leader of the warp team. He's a head scientist, and she refuses to call him by his name. She simply calls him the chief science advisor. That's all she calls him by. She never says his name.
You never even called me by my name. Sorry. Every time I hear that line, that song, man.
Great song.
So, but she is not alone. She Tecma. I'm trying to remember what Tecma's. Who's a soldier. He's a chief security. He also believes that they can do this. And the captain, who is a engineer by trade, he was the one who helped design the Hope, was he also has told her that he believes it, but he also seems to be very reticent to try. He's very practical. His idea of the whole thing is like, he essentially says, yeah, you could do it, but you need better sensors and more power than we're able to generate. And so he's like, that's impractical. We have no idea if we were going to meet anybody who has that kind of qualifications. So why are we basing our hope on everything?
Right. And from this conversations, I will show around the capabilities of the Vasquez and see if we will actually be up to the task for this.
Okay. Based on that roll, based off of the calculations and everything you've done, you have the power, you have the technology, and you have the sensors. If you can pinpoint this rift, you could probably help. You could probably close it. Here's some caveats, though. You'd need to shut down your shields. You need to reroute shields into the deflector dish. Secondly, there's not enough power. You'd have to either shut down the warp core, or like reroute power from the warp core, or reroute power from the phasers as well. The shields have to be used, but then the other two are optional. One of those other two has enough power in them to be able to be...
Right, I
To be
write all
separate.
this down into my report to present to the captain.
I'm going to cut to the captain. Over these next couple of days, the captain is following you everywhere. The Halal, he's following you everywhere, and he's talking your ear off. He's like, what's the ship capable of? 3 days. What are you, warp 6? And he's asking about like how it was engineered, how many crew members on board, how many people could it carry, what's your life support, how long can you operate without going for refit and all this kind of stuff. Every single day, it's like nonstop. He's asking all these details about the ship.
To me,
Yes.
How long until you pawn him off on call?
how long have they been on the ship for?
Maybe he's been doing this the first day, on your travel. He's following you everywhere you go.
Right. Well, he's not allowed to do that. Under Starfleet protocol, he does not have the security clearance to know anything that I know about this ship. Therefore, I kindly palm him off to my XO to deal with him instead.
Oh no.
You're muted.
You see this? Do you see the ship is like real cool?
He's asking you technical details, like what's the polymers that the ship's made out of? What's the structural capacity? How much psi could you take? What's the deflectors? How advanced are they? Everything.
I know more about the Klingon ships. I know much more about the Klingon ships, but I do actually answer like his basic questions like that, kind of.
General knowledge, but nothing.
Yeah, not like super like what would be considered the more classified side of Star Trek, or pardon me, of Federation,
Starfleet.
Starfleet information for ships. So
Yeah.
I'll give him like the basic general stuff, but not the really detailed answers.
Essentially, there are 10 security levels of need-to-know basis within Starfleet, and therefore we'll only be able to give him up to level 2, which is civilian personnel. Level 1 being open access on our Federation-wide Wikipedia page.
Okay, so he's still asking, he's still walking around, that kind of stuff. Do you want to assign them quarters or anything like that?
Oh, absolutely. And I also will have them I will have dealt with their dead issue, like whether they wanted to keep the bodies or do like however they decided to deal with their dead.
They ask you to keep the dead because they're going to be, if they're bringing them home, they'll take them to they'll transfer them back down to the planet and everything.
Okay, so we put them in some sort of stasis state, so they're not decomposing.
You've got a morgue, that you can do that.
So we put them in like a stasis state kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Eventually, go ahead.
I was gonna say that I turn to my XO and I go, number 1, if they are a problem, you can always assign them to their quarters, and then allow the computer to answer their questions for them, up to security clearance level 2, of course.
That's
a
fair,
your
Captain.
discretion. Since
I think they are fine. Yes, so personable. I do not think that they will be a problem for now. They are obviously dealing with them is not a violation of the Prime Directive at the moment, and they are very eager to move forward into the stars as at the level that we are one day. So I must admit it is very interesting to experience such a young civilization in that regard.
That is true. That being so, that is not the case for them just yet, and they have to go forwards on their own without the help of the Federation, as much as possible, of course.
Absolutely.
Barring this extinction level event, of course.
Yeah.
Actually, and this is out of character, I think that once a civilization has reached warp stages, that's when the Federation actually will start to interact with them a lot.
Intervene, yeah.
Yeah, they
Not
will.
necessarily intervene, but they might lift them up a little bit if they
Lend
if
a helping
they're-
hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Think Enterprise. Like when the Vulcans first met the humans, they helped, but they did not give them the technology. So like
Right.
they helped humans like develop better warp engines by being like advisors. So they're like, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you exactly how this worked, but this is how we do. This is generally how warp works. And then the humans come to them and be like, hey, did this work? And they'd be like, yeah, that works.
That is
I
correct.
won't tell you how to do it, but you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
It is only natural for a more superior being to offer hands to those that need it. Like
You're
the
wrong,
humans.
and here's why.
Vulcan arrogance at its best.
So I'd like to hang out with some of them at some point over the. and
Okay. So
I'll be asking them questions about their etiquette.
Okay, so you are drawn to Tecma. He is very clear, concise, technical-minded. Whenever you ask him questions, he gives you the answer you need. And when you're asking a vague question, he seems to pick up exactly what you're asking. So, like, he can cut to the chase pretty quickly. In terms of etiquette, the bow that you saw that the captain had done, that touch the beaks kind of thing, is formal greetings, and the grabbing on the shoulders with two hands on the shoulders is an informal gesture of hello. It's like the difference between like a bow and a handshake. Like the grab is a handshake. They also you find pretty quickly that they have a matriarchy. There is a high matriarch in your discussions. This high matriarch is elected, but it's only elected by people on Old World. Old World is their home world. You hear some things about conflicts between New World and Old World. It doesn't seem very serious, but there is definitely something going on between the New World, which is the world that they found the icon on, and the Old World. And New World seems to be also a little bit more habitable. Like it seems to be like a more almost like a paradise compared to Old World in terms of their people. It didn't terraform it or anything like that. It was just already habitable for that.
How are they coping on our ship due to our lower lower levels of oxygen?
They're getting. Yeah, go for it.
I've installed a device on each of their bodies that increases the blood oxygen levels without needing to increase the local atmosphere oxygen levels. It essentially pumps oxygenized blood into their system.
There we go. I was going to say if you didn't do anything medical, they would be able to be functions. They're all astronauts. They've been able to handle lower oxygen environments. They seem to be a little bit more lethargic, or they get tired a lot quicker. But yeah, they're very energetic as well. But you go back to Anarin. You send your information to the captain. So the captain,
Yep.
you have the data that says that it might be possible to save the star from going nova.
And also at this point, what's the science officer's name again?
Sita.
Sita. I also introduce Sita to Ozzy.
Ozzy. Okay.
Ozzy.
So she sees it and she kind of looks at it and goes, cybernetics? Robotics?
Yep. At this point, it's in playful puppy mode. So
Okay. So she kind of goes up and touches it. It's like, can I inspect it?
yeah, go
She
for
looks
it.
over. She's fascinated by it. She's like, I've never really into electronics. My brother, he'd be the guy you want to talk to. He's more into the, physics and such. But he would love this thing. She kind of looks at it and it's like, then touches it and goes, sees it react. Goes, oh, it's alive. It's alive? Is it sentient?
Somewhat. It has basic responses, and right now it's running in a sort of a social program. But it is actually I made it primarily to help me out in the field. It has various sensors, cameras, and This would be cool. I will on one screen I will pop up the visual feed from his camera. I can get that straight into my eye.
That's very helpful. I've got a couple of lava fields that I'd love to use this little guy in. We're trying to find some more wreckage from the icon. We think it's a ship, but it's stuck in the lava fields of New World, and none of us can pull it out.
Interesting. Also, take a note of that.
Yeah.
So that makes me think like the ancient ones may also not be native to New World.
They don't.
As a hypothesis, yeah.
Yeah, she says we don't think they are. They're we think that they were explorers, or they're just some kind of study. The icon doesn't look like it was a settlement. It looks like it was an outpost, not even a colony. It's a couple of walls. Been in it a couple times. It's underground, mostly bare stone, something like concrete, and a lot of technology below. A lot of messed up technology below, but old, decades, centuries, millennia. It's hard for us to. We haven't been able to tell. At least several millennia is the prevailing theory.
Interesting.
Sounds like the Protheans.
So, we're going to fast forward a little bit more, and then we'll get to the star. You guys come out of warp just outside of the system, at the edge of the system, as per Starfleet protocol. And you see a yellow dwarf, which is twice the size as it should be. And you see in the system there are, at least from your scans, you can tell there are 5 planets. One is dangerously close to the star. The second one is, a little further away, but it's definitely getting the effects of it. The third one is far enough away, but it also seems to be like within the kind of the hazard in terms of like the growing star. And then the fourth and fifth are gas giants that are further out in the system.
And all of this would, of course, line up with the information they gave us about their home system, because we did ask that, right? We did ask
yes.
that.
This all seems about right.
And
if you share any of this information, they'll point out to you that the second planet is Old World, the third planet is New World.
All right. Scan Old World. I would like to scan the Old World as soon as we get into range to see what sort of effects the growing star has had.
All right, give me control and con for that one.
Con. Okay.
What's the difficulty?
Difficulty would be 1, so it'd be 0. You can just because it's you're everywhere around you is still the nebula, but like the star seems to have like burned off a lot of the nebula gases in this region. All right. So yeah, you're able to, from your scans, you can see a civilization that is early warp, plasma, fusion, that kind of stuff is seems to be running most of them, but and some light shielding from the planet. You can see that there is some attempt to try to shield the planet itself. There's a primitive deflector shield that has been erected around the planet. It must have taken a monumental effort of engineering to build it, and it's still weaker than even
it should be.
It should be, and the whole planet seems to be scorched. It's the temperatures are like barely inhabitable. You're talking like, oh gosh, like high 30s, low 40 degrees Celsius. And there seems to be the information you're picking up from like kind of subspace transmissions back and forth is very panicked, like barely controlled panic. There's a lot of military transmissions about people putting down riots, people stopping other, like executions, and then you're also seeing transmissions from ships that seem to be going at impulse back and forth from New World to Old World. Communications, simply like navigation updates and updates on crew capacity and complements. And you're able to pick up pretty quickly that they're moving people from Old World to New World as much as they can. But there's only a handful of these ships. They're pretty big.
Population count.
New World and Old World seem to have... Old World still seems to have more population. You're talking about maybe 1 billion. New World has about maybe 50 million people on it right now.
That's been quite a monumental task in evacuating the people.
Mm-hmm. Based off of your conversations with the Navarians as well, you can figure out that the New World had a population of maybe 4 million, 5 million when they left 3 months before.
Wow.
So, they've been doing their best.
Yeah, they have. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I will relay all this information to my superiors.
The captain, you get all that
The
information.
captain. Yep.
Well, it would appear that evacuation of people of this number is strictly out of the question, especially in the beta quadrant, for an unknown species. Lieutenant Inarin, are you able to ascertain the location of this beam that's causing the effects on the star?
I guess with the help of... Oh my god. Should have wrote it down. Name of the scientist? Sikas? No?
Ceda.
Ceda.
That's the bird?
Yeah.
Oh god.
Cetus.
Ceda. Cetus. No, Cetus. All right. I will try to scan for the location. Yes.
Okay.
With my quantum mechanics talent.
Yes, it would help you with this one. And it would be a difficulty of... It's a control science, and it would be a difficulty of 2 with the ship's sensors plus science. So, because of the advanced sensors, it'd be a difficulty of 1.
Right. I'll still spend 1 momentum. Why not? Because this is pertinent information right now.
Hey,
Right, we get it back.
So, you don't even need the ship's help. You start looking at the scans, and you can find it immediately because you recognize this energy signature.
Oh,
I knew it.
It's one of the eddies. It's one of the eddies you've seen in other places. It seems to be directly pumping some sort of energy beam into the star. Like some sort of energy is just like flowing into the star.
We need to call Eddie Manager and shut this down.
You also can tell by your scans that you have 48 hours until it starts going into its next phase.
Right.
Wow.
Okay. We better hurry.
Yeah.
Orders,
So-
Captain?
Computer.
Yes.
I was gonna be cheeky and ask the computer how long the crew have been up for.
They've been up for about 2 hours, which is why we're going to take a break. But so with that, we'll take a break. We'll be back here in about 5 or 7 minutes.
Cliffhanger.
You have 48 hours until the planet is destroyed. Commercial break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors.
Yes. Quarks.
Do
Have
we
you been to
any
Quarks?
sponsors?
Come on down to Quarks. All right, guys. Be right back.
Glory for the Klingon.
Meyer has turned into a cartoon, so we're now going to be using the canon of the Star Trek animated
Star Trek
series.
the animated series.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fun
Wait,
fact.
sorry.
Fun fact: they were after the cancellation of Enterprise. CBS was working on another Star Trek animated series called Star Trek: The Final Frontier, which was supposed to take place in the 25th century. It's supposed to take place in the 2400s.
Is that the one with the square ship?
Yeah, with the square Enterprise.
Yuck.
Yeah. So, welcome back. Welcome back. So, last we left our crew, they were, they had just warped into the Navarian system, and they had discovered the plight of the Navarians, as well as that they had 48 hours to stop a rift, to close a rift before Old World would be destroyed. So,
Bum, bum, bum.
so almost immediately after discovering this in your sensors, you guys, there's a hail. You see a hail coming in, Terzi.
Captain, we're being hailed.
On screen, if it's a video hail.
Yep, it's a video hail. Subspace video hail. On the screen, pops up a gold, like with flecks of gold in the feathers, Navarian. She looks female from the looks of things. And behind her is this grand tapestry. It's highly ornate and decorative. She seems to be sitting at a desk. And she looks at you and says, "Greetings from the matriarch of Navaria."
Greetings. I am Captain Secure of the USS Vasquez with the United Federation of Planets. We received your distress call and we're here to help.
You speak our language.
In a sense.
Oh, well, Captain, it's good to see you. We've been hoping you'd find us. You are, from what we can tell, you're towing our ship, the Hope. Are the crew okay?
That is correct. Sadly, we were not able to save all 10 lives aboard the ship. We do, however, have 3 of your officers. Captain Halal, Sita, and Takma.
Been a while since we last received any transmissions from them. So we assumed they'd been dead. So we're glad to see that you brought back the ship and the crew. Can I talk with the crew?
You may. Bridge to Captain Halal.
He responds, "Halal here."
Report to the bridge, please.
Sure. And how do I turn this thing off?
Secure out.
Oh, okay. He after a few minutes, Halal kind of shows up on the bridge.
It must be the awkwardest pause.
Yes, everyone's paused and just staring at each other. But as he's coming up to the bridge, the matriarch says, "I am the High Matriarch of the Navarians, and as I'm sure the crew has told you, our son, and as you can see, our son is going into a premature supernova state. We need your help. We need to evacuate members of our species so some may survive this catastrophe."
We have been given the rundown of your situation with your son, and we are trying to ascertain a way to prevent this situation from happening altogether. Should we succeed?
I have given the report about the Eddie, right? Yeah, I have.
You did, yeah. Should we succeed, there will not be any need for evacuation protocols.
My science advisors, my advisors tell me that's impossible. And as she says that, the captain steps on the bridge and goes, "It's not impossible, and we told you that before we left. Sorry, Captain."
That's okay, Captain. So there you have it. We shall try our best to help you out as much as we can.
Captain, this may sound weird, but may I board your ship? Delegation. Formal first contact with a new species, a new sentient species, is a dream of mine.
Very well.
We can have a shuttle up there in a day. And when she says that, you realize you could probably transport her from here.
Right, exactly. That wouldn't be necessary. Transporter team. How do I contact the transporter people? I don't know the right words. It's not transporter team. It's
room. Transporter room.
Room.
Yeah.
Also, probably Jersey would have to. Oh, sorry, I'm backtracking.
Backtracking.
Please,
But-
help
but
me
yeah,
out.
Yes,
Jersey
if
is
you just said beam them over,
Yeah,
Okay.
no, you have to ascertain the location and everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, all the nitty gritty.
Well, I
So-
mean, like, so Tersey would do it, right? Or you would tell somebody else.
Jersey would be able to do it himself, or be able to get somebody else to do it, because he's
Okay.
the operations chief. So,
Lieutenant Tersey, if you will, please.
Captain. Just based on where the signal is, I would assume I could figure
You're
out
smart
who it
enough.
was.
she says, well, I need to bring my advisors and some guards, of course, as standard procedure. They wouldn't let me go up there anyways without some personal bodyguards.
Number one, what do you think?
What about them bringing people?
That is correct.
We really need to focus on saving them rather than playing politics at the moment. But I can play the politics, Captain.
That is true. They only have 47 hours before their sun goes critical and they lose everything, but they want to tour to the Wonka factory. It's a bit weird.
It's not that. It seems from what you can give. Give me a command insight or insight command. I think that's
Okay.
Don't worry, Commander.
Um,
We got the science part of the equation down. While you play host.
Right. I appreciate it. So command insight, right?
Hmm.
Insight, command, and it's a task roll of how much?
1 or 2. But let's roll 2. But insight it would only.
And did you tell yourself to do this so you
Well, he's a diplomat. He has a diplomatic
kidding.
background, so he may actually also have bonuses to this,
Mhm.
or like have some sort
alright.
of. Oh,
Oh
jeez.
yeah,
Okay.
he's great.
Yeah, he is a diplomat.
So you're trying to figure out, you're trying to figure out like if she seems like why she wants to do this. It seems like she's a politician. She's trying to be on board the ship that saves the or saves everyone, kind of thing. She also seems to be very concerned that this alien ship, which has showed up at the nick of time to save everyone, she's also seems a little wary about your intentions. And so she wants to come talk with you face to face.
Right. Well, I understand optics. How many do you want aboard the ship?
Just my 2 science advisors, and the minimum that my security team would let me travel with is 2 bodyguards.
So how many in total?
5.
Are they with you right now?
Yeah, they're in the room.
Are they the only ones in the room?
Yeah. Why?
Mr. Tersey?
beaming them
Fire
and
face.
Hold on.
Okay. No.
Beaming them and filtering out weapons.
Okay.
So beaming them to, I assume we have a conference room.
Transporter room 1 will do, and we'll walk in from there.
Yeah. Okay. You could also beam them to
Okay.
the conference room, the similar
In the
to one that's
brig.
on the in the brig.
Okay, the conference room. Okay, okay, the conference room. And number 1, would you like to join me for this, or would you like to have the bridge instead?
I will join you, Captain.
The
Very well.
Captain Halal says, "May I join you as well, Captain?"
Of course, Captain.
Thank you.
Captain.
And Captain, I've been studying.
Oh,
I've been
with so many
studying their,
captains aboard this
etiquette.
ship, being an executive officer starts to feel a bit undercompensated.
You're saying, Tersey?
I've been studying their etiquette, Captain. I'd like to join as well.
Very well. Mr. Anaran, you have the bridge.
Yeah. Cap-
Oh God, you left Darsh in charge of the bridge.
Well, I mean, if Cole's there, he actually would be the
Cole's
next
in
in line.
engineering. Cole's almost always in engineering. Yeah.
As long as it's not Nagata, we're okay.
What have you done?
As soon as they walk out of the room, Naran's just like, Ensign Jumo, you have the bridge, and just leaves.
I look at.
Now
I
here's the
look at,
question. This is an important question. When they all leave, does Anarin sit in the big chair?
Damn right he does.
Activate the emergency command hologram.
It doesn't exist yet.
Game Master, please explain how the command seat feels to Anarin's virgin cheeks.
Virgin cheeks.
Still
feels,
warm.
It feels like power.
Actually, it
Unlimited power.
Actually,
wrong
if-
universe. I'm sorry.
If a Vulcan was sitting in it last, it would not be that warm, my dear. They have
Yeah, they're kind
No,
of
but
cold.
I sit down immediately when they're in the turbo lift, so there's absolutely no way for that residual heat to dissipate.
Yeah. So he sits down. It's a little cold, but he sits down. It feels good. It feels right. It feels natural. You feel like you were born for this chair. All right. So in the conference room, it's Baj, Sakir, Terzi, and Captain Halal. As you guys walk into the conference room, the transporter beam is just finishing up, and like they're all kind of looking around, and like the security guards immediately go for their weapons and find they're missing, and immediately like jump in front of the matriarch as you guys enter. They're all kind of confused.
Welcome aboard the USS Vasquez.
They kind of look like, where am I? What did you do?
You were transported here.
I gesture towards because this is the conference room. I imagine it's towards the rim of the.
Yeah, think Enterprise D, same kind of layout.
There's a window, and
Yeah.
they can see their planet from it.
Okay. He's like, oh, whew. You are advanced. I'm sorry.
Round? What?
It's. We thought a giant turtle was carrying our planet. So
He's off duty.
she kind of like moves the security officers aside and goes, "I'm sorry for the protective nature of my guards, Captain. You can understand. I was not expecting something like this."
That is to be understood. Regardless, welcome aboard the USS Vasquez.
And there, before you see him, two guards that look like they have armor on, some sort of military armor that seems black. Their feathers are dyed black, like super black. The only thing you can see are their eyes, which are like yellow, and their beaks are slightly the same color as yellow. Oh God, you're gonna.
So kind of like that, right?
Kind of like that. The matriarch herself is very finely dressed. It's a robe. It's various different colors. But her feathers, like I said, are like gold, but with like flecks of gold in them. So she's like the light is literally like shining off of her.
While you figure stuff out, Baj is going to kind of step forward and just say, obviously you have met Captain Sakir. This is Lieutenant Terzi. I got it right this time.
On you saying that, I step forward and attempt the formal greeting.
They just do the kind of the tip forward kind of thing. Yeah, tip forward, and she looks at you and kind of nods and tips forward in the formal manner as well.
And I am Executive Officer Commander Baaj. I am also Chief of Security here. If any harm is to come to you, it will not be from my people. so your guards may relax.
Guards kind of look at him, look at you, and kind of like shake their head a little bit, but they seem to stand down a little down. The other two that you see are a tall, lanky Navaran. He has purple and blue plumage, so it's like his feathers' primary color is blue, and then there's like the tips of his feathers seem to be purple. No, purple was his primary, and blue is his tips. And he seems to be in like a lab coat of some kind. It's like white dress, very tight, but it seems to be like there's no seams. It seems to be very like flowy, but it's tight against his body, but it doesn't seem to be like strapped to him. Like parts of the fabric move around. And then the other one is a short and very skinny Navaran. He's probably about maybe a head or two like shorter than all of the other Navarans you've seen. But he has black colored feathers, similar to, but there's nothing but black, pure black, and he seems to be wearing some sort of gray and beige uniform. And he's very serious. His expression does not change. He's very stoic. It is you're finding it hard to read the expression compared to the other Navarians you've mentioned. And she kind of so I'm the High Matriarch. This is my Chief Science Advisor and my the head of our military, the Chief General. They both do the formal nod towards you. She goes, sorry to ask this, Captain, but I needed to see you in person and suss you out. You are here to save us, as you say. My advisors here tell me that is impossible. And the science advisor goes, yes, it is impossible. We don't know what's causing it, but we know that it's an irreversible, whatever it is, which causes Halal to step in and says, no, it is possible. The ship has proven it already. We found these guys. They're here to help us. The general says, that is still yet to be determined, and looks directly at Secure.
I think all the time for arguing about what is and what is not going to happen is now over. It is time for our crew to get to work in saving your people. So I can show you to your quarters if you'd like while you are aboard, or we can send you back down and just let us get to work.
The matriarch kind of looks at you and goes, what guarantees do you have that this is going to work?
None.
No guarantees it's going to work?
Excellent diplomacy, XO.
The captain Halal kind of steps forward beyond you and says, I can guarantee 100% it's going to work. Sita says it's going to work. The ship is magic. They just pulled you from your room in the highest security sector of Old World to here.
Captain, permission to return to bridge.
Permission granted, number one. I'll take everything from here.
Thank you. I will send security teams along to help our guests around as needed. And she returns to the bridge.
Okay, so as you return to the bridge, by the way, you see Anaran. He's kicked back in the chair. His arms are relaxed. He feels like it looks like he's got like leg up on one. He's just like.
He's on the recliner button on the captain's seat.
Yeah, he's just sitting there going.
Damn right I did.
Commander on the bridge, you are relieved from the con.
Immediately jump to my feet. Yeah, and
into attention.
Yep, and return to my post.
I sit in the seat, and I find that it is a little
damp,
sweaty.
It is a little sweaty compared to what you're used to.
I just look at Anar and like.
Why is it sticky?
If it were sticky, I would relieve him of duty and tell him to do that on his own time.
Yeah, they're sticky.
So, cut back to the negotiations. Just without prompting, The High Matriarch steps forward, pulls one of the chairs out, and takes a seat and just relaxes into it. And she seems very comfortable when she does that. And goes.
She also found the recline feature.
Yeah. She says, Captain Sakir, I want to trust you, and I trust Captain Halal's judgment. I wouldn't have made him captain of our only hope without reason. But I need your assurance that this will work.
I am Matriarch. Once again, you have my word as a member of the Federation of Planets that we will try to get this working. Our scientists have told us that we have under 47 hours before your sun goes critical, which means even if we weren't here, your people would not have any chance at hope whatsoever. I hope, and I'm using this word a lot, but I hope that because we have brought your hope back to you, you can put some faith in us.
Jess sits there and nods and goes, I think I can do that. Under one condition, though.
Condition.
Can I see your engineering?
she groans from the bridge.
Yeah, she does. She kind of leans forward and like touches her chest and kind of goes like, "Can I see engineering? Can I see your ship? I've always been fascinated by warp technology, and this ship, God, you guys must go really fast." And the captain goes, "Warp 6," and she goes, "What? Warp 6? You guys are insane!" That's just, and then the science advisor goes, and he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting my head myself. May I please see your engineering bay during this?"
I, Matriarch, will be more than happy to accommodate this tour of your ship. However, there are some places of the ship that do require clearance from high command to allow you to do so. I'm sure you can understand such bureaucracy. And I turn to her officers.
Of course. It's just, I just want to see the work. That's all I'm going to see. I won't touch anything. You can put me in the side, whatever. I just want to see you work. Fascinating.
We would be...
Can we do that after we save the system?
Well, you guys are all saving the system. I'm doing my job as a... What happened to my character? I'm doing my job as a...
You guys save the system, I'll do diplomacy. God.
I'm trying to ambassador over here. God.
Klingon politic did not work so well.
Will this work? No. Maybe.
Classified.
I keep waiting for Baj to get that formal greeting and then respond with the Klingon headbutt.
I thought about it, and I was like, I don't want to make the situation worse.
With their hollow bones, you'll just kill them.
So she's asking if she can stay in engineering while you guys are saving the system. That's all she's asking.
The matriarch, right?
Yeah.
The High Matriarch.
High Matriarch.
I'm just twiddling my thumbs at my science station, waiting for orders.
Actually, what's probably happening is Cole has been looking at that little box that has the technology about navigating the eddies, and he's bugging you. Like, hey, we're working with eddies again. I still have this box. This could help.
Bugging me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So what do you want me to do?
We need to know more about how this works so that we know about how they are able to manipulate the eddies. If we're going to do anything with it... Wait, I'm not using my accent at all.
Do it. Do it again.
We need to make sure we know as much as we can about this box and how they're able to manipulate the eddies if we're going to have any chance at all of reversing the effects that we're seeing.
Something tells me you'd like me to join you in engineering. I'm on my way.
All right, you guys go to engineering.
Since I'm no longer in the captain's seat, so yeah, I suppose.
Since I'm no longer wanted on the bridge.
You get a comm, Anaran, from
Oops, sorry.
Cetus?
From Sita. He goes, Sita to Anaran.
Anaran here?
Oh, it's working. Okay, good. Thought that was the right button. I think I have the modulation down. I need to talk with you about it.
We're about to do some preparations before we head on over to New World. Please join us in engineering. I'm sure the computer will be able to guide you to the location.
Understood. How do I hit the button again? And then she clicks it, and then it goes off. Yeah. All right.
So
cut back to the negotiations. Go ahead.
So I turn to the High Matriarch and I say, given the very dangerous nature of this operation, I cannot in good conscience allow the leader of an entire unknown civilization to us to be within engineering. However, I can arrange for a direct video feed to be sent to you in your in one of our ambassadorial quarters, should you wish to watch while this happens.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm sorry I wasn't able to give you exactly what you wanted, but I'm pleased that you have gone for my compromise.
Well, you are a born diplomat, Captain Secure.
That I am. It's on my character sheet.
Indeed. And on my character sheet, I am terrible at negotiation. So she agrees. You're just gonna arrange some quarters for her and her advisors.
Yeah, I arranged some instants to take them to put them in. I imagine we have a place dedicated to like an ambassador suite almost. You know?
Oh
what
yeah,
I mean?
definitely.
I'll assign
VIP quarters. Yeah.
Yeah, VIP quarters next to each other. You know, view of space because people like space, and I do follow the High Matriarch to hers though, just to demonstrate how the replicator works.
Okay. So the guards follow with her, and then the two advisors are going to they're going to stay in the same suite. They're going to go to the same suite. They're going to refuse. They'll be like, oh, we'll be together. We'll be fine.
They'll nest.
They'll nest.
We have place to accommodate for that. The ambassadorial suite should have enough beds to accommodate.
You go and show her the replicator. She's fascinated by the replicator. She goes, it uses energy to create matter.
In a matter of speaking, yes.
Same.
Sorry, Darge.
Is that right, Darge? I remember it's matter to.
It's matter conversion. The ship has stores of inert matter that it uses to convert to other stuff.
Other stuff, yeah. Okay.
So it's not creating. You're not creating matter. It's a matter conversion.
That's why there's coffee in that nebula.
That's right. Gotcha.
Thank you, computer, for the correction.
Yeah, the computer's like, actually, Captain.
Wait.
And then suddenly just glasses
with a nasal
saucer section.
Actually.
All right. So she thanks you, and we'll cut back to engineering with Sita and Anarin and Cole looking at this black box. Sita's kind of like looking at it and pokes at it and goes, "This is supposed to help?"
All right, Bird.
Bird brain.
No, this box was equipped to ships that were able to travel through the same type of dimensional eddies that's being used to funnel energy into your star. So the key to manipulating the eddies is in this box, not like in it like if we smash it, because I did that to the other one, it didn't help. But
yeah, so like literally as you said, it's in this box. She goes, "Oh," and she reaches to go touch it, and then you say like not literally in it. She goes, "Oh," and puts her hand away.
I will walk up to one of the walls, open up like a locker, grab out a suitcase full of science tools. Start poking and prodding and
scanning and everything.
Yeah. So if you imagine the engineering section of the Enterprise D, that big center console
Yeah.
they're always working on. We've shut that off, and the box is just in the middle of it.
Middle of it. Gotcha. All right, so give me a science and control test for this one. First for the scan, and then give me a reason and engineering check.
Oh, I will do the reason engineering check.
Yeah, and I'm doing science and control with.
I'm assuming my reverse engineering focus applies.
Yes, 100%.
All right. And we have no momentum right now because this is a totally new scene.
New scene. The momentum is gone.
Would my jerry rigging do anything with this?
No, not for this one.
No, not for this one. All right. Okay.
Okay. And go.
Okay. All right, so also help with the ship's computers and it would be science, yeah, computers and science for this one.
Who's doing
For
that?
both of those.
I have the sheet up already, so I'll just
all right.
roll it.
Oh, both of those.
This
all
for
right,
the first one?
Yeah, for the first one, and then the second one. Okay?
Okay, and then the second one.
Ooh.
3 successes, but a complication.
Yes. So you're able to get the data that you need, and you think you have an idea. Like, so you're able to figure out very basically that the way that this thing works is that it's able to control it uses the warp engines of the ship, of any ship it's part of, to direct power into a specific part of the ship, likely something like a deflector array, or maybe even a specialized part that would direct the energy from the warp core into a point of space, and it would cause a rift in space to open up for at least briefly to create one of these eddies. You don't know how long you could do it, but you could do it now. And this gives you a basic idea of how to close one. But you don't know how long you could, if it reopened, you'd have no idea how long it would take for you to close it again. So you're fairly certain that you can close it with this technology.
All right.
Right, but should we also do some more scans on the eddy to see what's on the other side, perhaps? Who's doing it?
Well, your scans already indicate that you can't penetrate into what's going on there, but you do know that it's a type of energy. It could be anything, but it's something of large amounts of energy. You can tell that this is not this is an artificially created one, but based off of what Sita and the rest have told you, it was likely created by this thing they called the Icon.
We know how to open and close them now, right?
Yes, but you don't know how long you could keep them open or how long it would take you don't know if that by closing it would be permanent. A
permanent solution.
Okay.
I also suggest that we, if we're done here, I suggest that we start looking into this icon that keeps popping up and see if that would actually give us more insight into how these things are open or closed or controlled.
Sita says, "Well, I can tell you where it is, but you're not going to get access to it. You don't have You don't have clearance. I barely have enough clearance."
Are we worried about clearance?
I assume the video feed of engineering is now a thing, and there's a screen somewhere with the matriarch on it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I look over at that screen. I have an idea. I step off to the side and I calm the captain.
Huh?
Captain, it looks like we may need to gain access to the icon that these birds keep talking about in order to learn enough information about what we're working with here. But it requires very high security clearance. If I might be so bold as to suggest a trade.
A trade?
There's not. We can scrub the screens down here in engineering, so there won't be anything that sensitive visible. And as I understand it, the matriarch was hoping to get a tour. We might be able to work something out.
Very well. Good suggestion, Chief. I'll see what I can do. However, if I may be so bold myself to ask you not to refer to our guests as birds, in earshot, if possible.
Oh, I did step
Secure
back.
out.
Yeah.
I mean, I called the other one a bird to her face.
All right, so I get up again. Number one, you have the bridge, and then I walk to Bird Lady's
Okay.
house. What's her name
The
again?
matriarch.
The high
matriarch,
matriarch.
the high matriarch.
Yeah. Yeah. I walk over to the high matriarch's quarters and I ring the doorbell.
Doo-doo-doo. Yes?
High matriarch, this is Captain Sakir. May I come in?
Yes, please do.
So I enter her accommodation. I take it her guards and her two other guys are still there as well, right?
Yeah, they're just they're watching you from the door, you know, like just right by the door, kind of arms crossed, and nod at you as you go by.
All right. So I then I relayed the situation to the High Matriarch and her supervisors and advisors, and then I say, we need access to this icon if we are to further establish what is going on with your son's situation.
I can give you access. I can tell you that you're gonna have. Minimum I can agree to is guards guarded. You'll have no weapons, and you'll be under armed guard the entire time.
Very well. I appreciate your openness, and if it makes you feel any better, our Chief of Engineering has offered to grant you and two of your guards a guided tour of the engineering bay as work is proceeding.
Oh, yes, I'd love that. Thank you.
Thank him. So then I message call. Secure to call.
Call here.
We have permission to go to the icon. So who's going to the icon exactly? Like who needs to go?
I think
Personal recommendation. I would send Jensen and Lieutenant Anaran.
Okay. I'll leave it to you then to tell them. I understand that you're in the loop.
Yes, Sita says I can. Can I join you? It's been a while since I've been there, but I definitely can help you with this.
It would certainly help to have a friendly face among the Navarians.
Yeah.
Secure out.
Yeah. So you guys want to beat them down?
Yeah.
Okay. So pretty quickly, remove another energy, by the way. Well, we're at 9 energy because, like, when you start a new scene, you have energy back up, so you're at 9 energy. You beam down into this cold, dark, well, very not very well lit chamber. There's some lights around, and it looks like it looks like a ruin, as if it was been left here for forever. As the beams kind of pop up, you see guards like standing around, like holding, like with their like sidearms, holding to them as you beam in. And Sita looks around as she comes in and goes, whoa, hold up. That's your technology. And one of the guards goes, oh, right. That's why they said instant. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then they kind of relax a little bit. And Sita kind of looks around, kind of points, that way. And then gestures you for you to follow her. She leads you through these corridors. They're dark. They're decrepit. And out, but then suddenly on the other side, you see this very well-lit room. It looks like a laboratory. There are little models all like strewn about the place. You see some schematics for the ship that you guys have towed. You also see some prototype things for like shields. You see a prototype phaser weapon is on one of the screens. There's scientists that are flipping about, like tapping on like old clickety-clacky keyboards as they're doing things. And on
there's like a mix of Navarian technology and the ancient stuff.
Yeah. And then one of there's like this big open area, like this was stopped by glass. You can see through the other side this like a throbbing white energy. Just it sounds it's just this whoom 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 with some like small little specks of light that are kind of darting around this energy pulse.
Tricorder out. Scanning.
You don't even need it. You scan it. It's the same type of energy that the eddies are part of. Transdimensional, it seems, and the architecture. You have experience in architecture, right, or in archaeology a little bit.
Who are you pointing at?
Cole.
Oh, okay.
So I do, but I'm not there.
Oh yeah, you're not there. You're
so
playing Jensen.
My back history, like why I have reverse engineering, is because I was on an expedition that found an alien artifact and helped figure out how it worked. But I'm not down there. So. But
you're playing Jensen right now.
I'll be Jensen.
Jensen would know you had that experience. So, Jensen.
Oh man. Cole's gonna be real mad if I don't tell him about this one, especially after the whole new alien ship thing. Wow! And he pulls out his engineering tricorder, which I'm gonna make an assumption has a camera on it.
Sure. Yeah.
Because like we never see cameras anywhere in Star Trek. But
nope.
Once, but yeah.
Yeah.
Not really. Like it's always a where is camera moment with the comm screens and all that. But yeah, he pulls it out and just starts like scanning, like taking quick photos of the room, and immediately like
a couple of selfies.
Yeah. Lieutenant Commander, I am sending some pictures back to the engineering bay. You are going to want to see this.
Okay. Yeah. So Cole gets this data stream and pictures and everything like that, and he recognizes this pretty quickly. This is very similar to the artifacts that he found on that big kind of moment in his own history that he was fascinated by.
Oh boy. Comms to the captain again. Captain, request permission to switch places with Jensen. He's more than capable of handling the engineering tour. I think I might have seen this technology before.
Permission granted, Chief. That was not how Secure talks at all.
Permission granted, Chief.
However, we have to be conscientious about our transporter energy reserves. Would it be possible to reroute power from phasers to the rest of the ship to compensate for the power lost from the constant transporter usage?
I could absolutely do that, or if you're incredibly concerned, I might be able to use the transporter on the Husik. It's one of our runabouts.
Understood. Just be mindful that we will be needing to use a substantial amount of power in order to shut down this eddy.
Absolutely. That's why I recommended the Husik. That way we don't have to draw power from other essential ship systems in the meantime.
Very well.
And he like then calms down like to the surface. Like, does your facility have a landing pad?
Yes, it does.
All right, I need to bring some extra equipment with me. So I'll be down momentarily.
You're gonna take the Husik down?
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course, he's taking the runabout down. What are you gonna bring with you? You're gonna bring like
my full toolkit.
Okay.
Any personal logs I have about the item that I found.
Okay.
Historically, as well as any schematic scans we've been able to get of the black box, but I'm leaving the actual black box on the ship because I want that to be ready in case we need to tie it directly into anything like our deflector array.
Okay. as you're shuttling down, I'm going to cut to Terzi. Terzi, give me a calm and give me a con and insight roll. Yeah.
Con and insight. Any complication range?
One task roll, but you have a focus use for this one. Okay. I didn't want to kill you the difficulty because you nailed it. You start seeing some weird space transmissions coming from the one of the ambassador suites. Not the one with the High Matriarch, but you're recognizing encoded transmissions from the other ambassadorial suite. A lot of them.
Can I jam them?
Okay, give me the jam check, which is...
Which is 30% jelly, 60% sugar.
I was just about to say, sugar and fruit.
Strawberry.
Sensor operations...
No,
or
give
would
him
this be
the
apricot?
raspberry.
No. Oh, but he's yellow. It'd be apricot,
True.
maybe.
Apricot jam is delicious.
It is. On crepes.
Controls security, maybe?
It's too late
looking
now,
for- there's
but
a-
you could have intercepted them instead.
What was that?
I said it's too late now, but you could have intercepted them instead to see who they're talking to.
It's up to you.
too late.
I'll still give you either options.
No, that was a quantum pigeon backseat from me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Signals jamming is a control engineering task. Requires 1 power. And is assisted by the ship's communications and security.
Never mind then. I'm not going to burn power. I would want to listen to it.
Okay. Communications security task. And it's 2.
Would you say it is control and security or?
Communications security. I'm sorry, it's insight engineering and then communications and security.
And complication range?
Complication range would be 1, task roll 2, difficulty 2. You can't seem to intercept it. You can get well, you can assist it by the ship, but it won't matter.
I don't know.
So
The ship could do a critical.
success.
It could do, yeah. Just go ahead and do the ship roll. It is
Somebody else want to
communications
grab
and
the
security.
roll?
All right, I'll do the ship.
Everybody has it up.
What is it?
Communications and security.
And security. Single roll.
Did you use a focus with your... That's too late now.
Yeah,
I did use a focus.
Yeah.
Okay.
And ship can't do a focus, right?
Yeah.
Not for this one.
Oh no, you can use a focus for this one. The ship is built for this kind of thing.
Oh right, okay, cool.
It's okay.
So, question.
All right.
Yeah.
If the ship is built for this, does that mean that you're using sensors for this?
Yeah, it would reduce the difficulty by 1 for the ship because of the ship. That's for sure. Because it has the electronic warfare suite on board. So.
Is that enough?
Yeah, that'd be enough because it was only difficulty 2. They're not very. There we go. Thank you,
Saved
Captain.
ours.
Saved but secure.
So you are able to tap into these messages. These are messages being sent by the advisors to military all over New World and Old World. And you also pretty easily are able to tell that there are at least 3 ships, large vessels, possibly military, that are moving towards you. Not like aggressively, but they're moving in your general direction.
Okay. Where's the captain right now? I can
believe
say
he's-
computer. Where's the captain?
Yeah, he would. Yeah, he's on. I think he'd be. He was with the matriarch last we saw him.
Okay. XO.
He's on the bridge.
Yes. I'm right here.
Uh,
Yeah.
XO, I'm right here. Oh, right.
Oh my god! If hold on, if you calm someone that's right next to you, do you get the feedback thing?
Yeah,
I'm sure Starfleet would have had the tech to fix that.
yeah.
Sure. Sure. So the advisors, as part of that delegation, are sending encrypted communiques to carry all over the planet. And 3 ships, was it?
3 ships.
3 ships on a direct intercept course for us.
On screen.
Plops it up. 3 ships. There's about one side slower than you in terms of like mechanically, are approaching you. They seem bigger than the Hope. They do not have warp at all. You can easily tell from basic scans they don't have shields. They have basic deflector technology, but they do have what look like pulse cannons, like something similar to that. Ancient technology. But it would be, they'd have to be like on top of you to use them.
Open a secure comms channel with the captain.
Okay.
Captain, secure.
Number 1. I step out of the advisor's room real quick.
Okay.
Captain, there are 3 of their ships on their way toward ours.
Do they
I am
seem to
unaw-
pose a
They're
threat?
talking to military installations.
They are speaking with one. Lieutenant Terzi reports to me that the military the advisors aboard, the science guys, right?
Science in general, yeah.
Yeah, the general, whatever his name is, the general is communicating with military personnel throughout the system, and they are sorry, I'm just like that, and now we have 3 ships coming for us. I just wanted you to be aware in case something happens. I will confine them to quarters, and they will be questioned by my security team. Oh no, my camera froze.
Yeah, she's been very, very still Klingon.
Yeah, I'll
They're
fix that.
stoic.
My camera's just been acting up a lot lately. But yeah, I tell him that.
I see. Thank you for keeping me apprised of the situation. Secure out.
Yeah.
Got to hang out. Yeah. So where am I right now?
You're just outside of the ambassadorial suites.
I thought
Okay.
a tour
and-
was going on. But okay.
Because the High Matriarch is being toured around the engineering room at the moment, right?
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
I
some
thought-
security. Some
I
security.
thought you were on surface. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
No,
a cou-
I'm not on surface.
a couple of the security officers are touring her around.
Right.
You know, or they're taking her
And
down
Jensen.
and Jensen. Now he's back on board. Or touring her around already. So
Okay. Okay, then I want to go to the ambassador's suite where the 2 advisors are. I would like to have.
I'm going to have security detail arrive about the time that he decides to do that, because I do
Okay.
not want him to be by himself. Dealing with that.
Perfect.
Okay.
Number 1. So, Bing bong.
yes,
This is Captain Secure. May I enter?
go ahead.
So I go inside, and I imagine I have 3 like security ensigns with me as well.
Yeah.
You know. I have been led to understand that you are communicating with your military. And you
Sure.
have mobilized 3 ships to intercept us.
General kind of looks at you and goes, "The High Command dictated that this was we needed to have some presence aboard. It's not. You have to understand, the people of our worlds are panicking. The only thing that's keeping them in control is us. So, for optics, we needed to have some ships involved."
I raise my hand at him and say, no threat taken, don't worry. I understand optics in the situation, and it would be for the best for your political situation if it did indeed seem as if you are on top of the situation. I would just have liked to be apprised of the situation before it happened, is all.
We told the matriarch.
That seems fair. Very well then. But as long as you're on my ship, I would appreciate it if you do keep me in the loop so that we don't have these situations anymore.
Science officer goes, yeah. We'll do it. Yes, sir.
Very well. Apologies for the intrusion.
I will say that you also notice that he is very nervous. The science officer seems very nervous. General seems very stoic. He seems straight on, but the science officer seems very nervous.
Does something seem wrong?
Yeah. Just a couple hours before the sun destroys my home planet. That's all.
Understandable. If you'll excuse me, I turn heel and I walk off.
All right. We're going to cut back to the runabout landing. You step out, and there's a couple of armed, black armored Navarians who kind of say, are you Chief Engineer Cole?
What gave it away? The fact that there's no feathers?
They kind of look at each other and go, we just wanted to make sure. I've never seen a ship like this. But you're welcome. They're expecting you down in the Icon.
Absolutely. And as I'm stepping off, I look back into the Husik. I have 2 cases of stuff.
Yeah, you're just carrying cases.
Computer, engage security protocol Tracy. No one is allowed on the ship, and no computers active until I return.
A very sensual man's voice comes over this and says, yes. What
boss man?
I'm trying to think of what his name would be at work.
Baby.
Yes, baby. Yes, Jackson baby. Jackson baby.
I'll be right back, guys.
And I
That scene reminded me a lot of in Rick and Morty, where it's keep Summer alive. Rick says to the ship.
Yeah. So he leads you down to the Icon. You go down some hallways. It's pretty dark until you get through the entranceway, and you see Anarin with his tricorder kind of bringing up readings and kind of looking around. You see some Navarians kind of tentatively going up to him and giving him some paper for him to read, which you don't read Navarian, so you can't read it.
Yeah.
And you kind of be
attempt to translate.
You just
with
scan
the help of the computer.
You scan the paper with your thing to kind of read what's going on with it saying. So you come in, and generally speaking, you're picking up all your scans. Everything's telling you that this is the same technology or something that is manipulating the eddies.
I walk up and Dahl, catch me up. Plop my cases down, start opening.
All right. I will just hand him over my tricorder, which has all the information already on it. Would take too long to explain.
Excellent. You read this, and I hand him over a data pad that has everything I learned about the artifact I found.
All right. Okay. So that's from his backstory.
Yes.
How long ago was this?
This would have been one of my earlier missions with Starfleet, so probably 5 or 6 years ago.
Border of the Beta Quadrant. I'm just gonna kind of put some flavor in there because I don't think you put it. Border of the Beta Quadrant. A large obelisk was found buried. The Klingons claimed it was a Herc monument. It seems to have date back to about that same time period. It does have some, and it had a residual trans-dimensional energy, and most of Starfleet, Why am I blanking on the name of the institution?
Daystrom?
Daystrom Institute had sent out archaeological studies there, and they were unable to determine whether it was. Why am I blanking on there was one of several different transdimensional civilizations that existed before most of the other ones. It's one of the two that Starfleet has direct connections with.
Transdimensional people?
Well, there is two names.
Or you mean like a race that used transdimensional technology to travel from one place to another? The Iconians. That's what I was looking for.
Progenitors?
Not the progenitors.
The first ones.
But they could have been progenitors. That was the other theories of the progenitor species. Some people believe it was the progenitor species. Some people believe it was the Iconians. It's an Iconian ruin. Because the Iconians were said to have been in the Beta Quadrant. So.
Excellent. What did the obelisk that I was part of that group that found do?
It seemed to have the ability to manipulate space, similar to how warp fields kind of, warp space, but it would warp dimensional fabric.
Gotcha.
It was that's why a lot of people thought it was Iconians. And when you guys found it, you were able to you found out a lot about this kind of technology in the past. The Iconians are very at this point in Starfleet, they're very mysterious. Their shards have been discovered. Only one outpost was discovered a couple of years ago by the Enterprise D, there have been other rumors of Iconian ruins all over the Beta Quadrant.
Excellent. At this point, I'm just kicking myself for not seeing this when we looked into that black box. When I really stop and think about it, the obelisk I found on planet name here.
Let's just go with Tursic 5.
The obelisk I found on Tursic 5 manipulated dimensional energies in much the same way the eddies seem to be used to travel. And based on the scans you've shown me, in much the same way this, and he gestures towards the big ball of light, seems to be drawing energy.
Right. So you seem to be the resident expert on this technology here. What do we do?
So I think we might have been going about this all wrong. The idea to shut down whatever gateway is open. If this is working the way I think it is, they're just going to reopen it. I don't know that we're going to be able to keep it closed. I suggest that we open a second gateway, but realign the multispatial field to work in the opposite direction to create a feedback loop back to the source. And then we piggyback on the energy that already exists to keep the door open so we don't have to worry about how long we can keep it open. Then the energy doesn't go into the sun, it goes back to the source. Whoever's trying to blow this system up fries themselves. Problem solved.
I like it.
Cetus kind of looks, Trish kind of tries to follow along and goes, "Oh, yeah, you could probably do that. It probably wouldn't take that much modification, similar to what we were going to plan on doing in the first place."
Yep. Well, like I said, just instead of closing the door, we open a new one and we keep it open.
Okay.
Being said,
Technobabble.
I want to. That being said, I want to see. I want more detailed scans of this, because if there's energy coming through this, I bet it's using the same type of rift that they've put in the star on a smaller scale. And so I take out more specialized tools.
Okay, give me, and I'll say that you're kind of using the ship sensors as well to help you out with these specialized tools. So this will drop the difficulty to 1, but you can give me a control science check.
I'll help, definitely.
Yeah.
Do my reverse engineering or physics focuses apply here?
Yes, both of them would apply. So you can guys use the trait.
Okay. Doesn't like
your
quantum mechanics.
Yes, your quantum mechanics would also fit for that.
Right.
All right.
At least it's not a complication.
Mm.
It's only one is what you need because you already pulling all the difficulties. So you're barely able to kind of figure it out, and you're trying to figure out if like something is feeding this energy source as well. So there is
trying to get some information, like the energy that is here. Does it match the signature of the energy that's being pumped into the star?
It does.
Because
Yeah. It matches the same energy. You actually believe there's a rift at the bottom of this, wherever this kind of energy beam is from, or even possibly even the center of it. Something is emanating out of the rift.
All right. We're going to have to keep an eye on this, because if the energy that's in here is coming from the same source as what's in the sun, and we start a feedback loop, we may need to, and he turns to see this and like, we may need to shut this down.
Shut down the icon. You know how to do it? 'Cause I don't.
It's the basis of it. The technology is the same as what we're discussing as far as saving your son, but if this goes wrong, we might accelerate the process.
Well, we can try to evacuate it. I don't know if we can contain that. It's contained by some other field we don't know about. It's the same technology that our deflectors use, but this is magnitude 10 compared to our deflectors.
And he looks up, because I assume we're not like deep underground at this point.
You're like maybe a story underground, but you can look like, but there's a lot of like open space, like big high voltage ceilings and all that kind of stuff. So,
is there like bay doors or anything? Like, is this something that can be open to the sky?
Yes.
All right. We're gonna need those doors open. Want minimum staff in this room. I'm gonna put the Husik in position. If we need to contain this, its shields are gonna do a better job than whatever you've cobbled together. No offense.
None taken. Okay.
All right.
So the plan is to put the Husik into a position to use the Husik shields as the means to contain the icon.
Yeah, if it should go
critical.
No, critical, yeah.
Okay. So let's cut a little bit more to the chase a little bit more. So are you guys going to set up this feedback loop on the ship, or are you going to set it down here?
The black box is still up on the ship, so Jensen and Weathers would be responsible for tying it into our deflector dish, which is going to be more likely to be able to penetrate the star.
Okay, so we're going to do an extended task for this one real quickly. So you've got, for the deflector dish, they're going to need, it's a difficulty of 3, but I believe it's actually going to reduce the difficulty by 1 because of what you figured out with the black box.
Okay.
And so what I need from you is a reason and science check, aided by the ship's Jensen Weathers, aided by the ship's structure and engineering.
All right. Weathers is going to take point on this one because he's specialized in deflector shield and force field technology.
Okay.
So since we're rerouting the deflector dish to generate a second rift, he's going to be taking point. Also, Jensen is a little distracted by the bird matriarch, so he will just be assisting.
Okay.
All right, and can somebody else roll for the ship, please?
All right. Well, I'm not somebody that's on the ship. Yeah.
I'll roll for the ship because I don't have anything to do for a while here.
Sorry about that.
No. It's not me complaining. I'm just like, yay, I have something to do because this is obviously a science-heavy episode. My character's not necessarily somebody who's going to be into that. What do you need from the ship?
MC cubed.
I'll even set my
structure and structure engineering.
Okay, and what was the roll from our engineers again?
It was I was way too loud suddenly. It was that's the wrong one. Reason and science.
Okay.
As far as Buster's concerned, that formula is E equals Mach 2.
Yeah.
Focus to yes, focus. Okay. So Weathers, assist from Jensen, and the ship.
Yeah, and the ship she already did the ship and didn't work. But you still had, it was difficulty 2 because you had the black box. So you were able to succeed. Now give me, it is challenge dice. Now, if I remember correctly how this works, this is a little different. For, it is any momentum, or it's the number of successes, so 2, plus, let me look this up again. Quick, Control F, that's my friend.
Also, because it's the kind of person he is, Cole has a screen like set up with the same camera feed of engineering, and he's just sort of like not nitpicking, but just like kibitzing, like, no, put it over there. Okay, yeah. No, oh, 98%, 95%. That sort of thing. It's not helpful. And his staff probably hates him for it, let's be clear.
Question about the game. Like, how does power regeneration work within the game? Because, like, let's say we use the...
At the end of every scene, your power regenerates. So you can think of it
There's
as kind of
also
like,
an action that engineering can do that can get more
reroute
power, but
yeah.
at other expenses.
Yeah, that's rerouting power, right? Yeah. I was wondering, like, if... yeah, so it takes a scene to regenerate power. Gotcha.
Yeah, we lost 1 power when we were towing that ship, and I put us back to 10 just now, but I don't know if we've used any power in this current scene.
1 beam down, so you use 1.
One beam down.
So we are at 9. Okay. Thank you.
Hard time finding the extended task. I know it's extended tasks work.
Let me see. This is our first
Those
real
10.
extended task.
Yeah, we did one in episode 0, but it wasn't. You guys just like nailed it. So.
Naturally. These, again, are a
Extended
handpicked
tasks.
crew.
Yeah. So each extended task is a magnitude
Mostly.
1 to 5. Character rolls. Whenever a character succeeds a task and overcome, whereas 2d6 plus additional equal to the discipline used for that task. Okay, the total will be right. So it's two. On your character sheet, it would be 2.
Okay, so it's 5 for this
5,
because
yeah.
the discipline for his science is 3.
Okay, yeah, so 5. So you'd roll 5. Weathers, character sheet. So his challenge dice would be 5. So you put 5 challenge dice in, and you roll those challenge dice.
That
doesn't make any sense. Roll it again. There we go.
There we go.
So each of those Starfleet symbols, I think, count as 1.
It's 6.
So it's 6. So you have 1 breakthrough. As they're working through, it takes about 15 minutes for them to get through this, and they have 1 breakthrough. So the difficulty goes down 1. So it's 1 difficulty now instead of 2. It's the magnitude that goes down 1. Difficulty, I believe. If the breakthrough achieves equal to its magnitude, the extended task is complete. Okay, never mind. You've already finished it.
What?
No. One. You have 1. You only need 1 more breakthrough, and the magnitude would be done. is reduced for each one. So yeah, so you need to have if you get 2 breakthroughs, because this is magnitude 2, you would be done. So it doesn't matter, even though the work is 12, you'd only need 10. So you're at 6 points. You only need six more work done, but the difficulty is also reduced to 1. So go ahead and roll again for the ship.
All right.
Weathers and Jensen.
One thing of note: Cole is definitely using the Husix sensors right now. Very directed right at the icon to see if anything we are doing is causing any fluctuations in the icon.
Okay, so far nothing seems to have changed because they're just modifying the deflector dish.
What's ship's roll? Still structure engineering?
Structure engineering, yeah.
Okay, cool. Rolling it now.
Roll.
Ooh, complication.
Ooh, no successes.
I'm sorry that my ship rolls are terrible.
The ship. Someone is pissed off the ship. All right, so
it was probably Bob.
another 15 minutes go by and something fucks up, and it's going to take another 15 minutes to realign the deflector dish, and the difficulty will go back up to 2. So another one more roll.
Do we have any momentum, by the way?
You do have. I believe you have. You guys been marking it down? I think you have 1 or 2 momentum.
It in a while.
Let's just say you have 2 momentum.
There's been very few rolls this scene until right now.
Okay.
So I don't actually think we do it. Okay, yeah, I don't know that we have a bunch.
I know you have no momentum, so go ahead and try it again.
Okay. All right. So
each of these is 15 minutes. So, and so far 45 minutes have passed. Ship roll, reason, science. You only needed 1, but there's a complication. So,
the difficulty went back up to 2. Remember?
Oh yeah, it did.
That was your complication from before.
You fail. So now you've used an additional power trying to get this. He's just having a hard time getting this to work.
Okay, so
it's been an hour.
Power.
Yeah.
Okay.
One more time.
I come up to engineering actually for some real information now.
Okay.
Jensen, Weathers, whatever you're doing, it's not. I'm Christopher Walken now. Whatever you're doing, it's not working.
Jensen just says, "Okay, boomer."
Weathers, the Husix picking up some weird fluctuations coming from the Vasquez. From the Vasquez, maybe try rerouting some of the power from shields into the deflector dish. I don't think we're going to need them in this case, so that might give you the boost you need.
Roger.
Okay.
So he's going to reroute.
Okay,
we'll do a reroute power. There's a reroute power command.
There is. Yeah, so I have it written if you need it.
Yeah.
Let me just scroll down. These 2,000. Okay, there we go. Reroute power. Internal systems. Yeah. So daring and control plus daring or control you get to choose plus engineering difficulty 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you need me to roll off of my sheet?
No.
Yeah, if you want,
would that be Jensen?
Yeah, Jensen is going to do that one because Weathers is still working on the deflector
Gotcha.
dish.
Yeah. So that's daring or control plus engineering difficulty
He's
2.
going to do control engineering. He doesn't have anything that would apply focus-wise.
On success, the ship gains 1 power and and then you can then add an extra power per momentum if you want. If we succeed.
Success.
Heck yeah! Finally.
Do we lose shields?
You lose
No.
one
Actually,
shield. Lose
yeah,
one
he's-
point of shields.
Yeah. So we're down. Okay. I'll mark it up. Somebody already did.
That
it's a
being
good-
said, he's doing this in main engineering, so the difficulty was only 1, not 2.
Yeah. Okay, so it gets 1.
And he's going to spend an extra momentum. Basically, we're back at full power.
Okay.
And our momentum doesn't change. No, he can't. We don't have momentum yet.
Yeah.
We do after this roll, but I don't know if he can spend the momentum he gets from this roll.
I would say yes. Just
Okay,
for this
so
because
he spends
you
the
have to
1
succeed
point.
first, and then you can use the momentum.
Gotcha.
So yeah,
So we are back at full power then.
but no momentum. So back
No
at full
momentum.
power. Give me another check. In the meantime, I'm gonna have Commander Baash give me a command and This has been an hour. They've been screwing around for an hour, and nothing seems to be getting done. So you're going to come down to engineering because you don't know what's going on. Chief engineer's off trying to figure something out, and the two Jensen and Weathers are just not having it.
Okay, so command in what role?
Let's check it real quickly.
Presence, maybe?
A presence command role, yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to use the lead by example focus that I have.
Okay. That's fine.
Ignore that second.
Oh, wait, I rolled as Vasquez. No, wait,
Yes.
I rolled as me. It just says US Vasquez, but that's me.
Okay.
There we
So
go.
Okay. Reason science. What was that reason science for?
Ignore the control engineering, but the one reason science above it is Weathers, and that one is Jensen assisting with the deflector.
Okay, so you're able to whip them into shape, Baj. Like, they're not used to this, but in being so aggressive, you accidentally headbutt Jensen. Because he kind of.
How do I accidentally do it?
So he does. Basically, what he does is he turns around and you walk up to him and you're like, Jensen, what are you doing? And he's like, Commander, I don't know. He's like, Commander, I don't need your bullshit right now. I need to do this. And you're just like your instinct.
Bullshit.
Yeah, you just grab him, boom, like insubordination. And he goes, oh Jesus, oh God, I'm sorry, Commander.
Oh, forgot who he was dealing with.
Yeah. Oh God.
He's like, oh, my ears are ringing.
You smooth foreheads need to get this done. There are
Resonance,
billions. There are millions of lives depending on this being
So you know
successful.
how Baj has like the ridges. Does he now have like
Yeah,
indentations?
He has indentations
technically
on his
it's not a
forehead.
smooth forehead anymore. It's like
reverse
reverse
ridges.
ridges.
Yeah. Yeah, but I like that. He's like, oh, my ears are ringing. Resonance. That's what I gotta do. Change the resonance frequency, and so he manages to kind of succeed there.
Ooh, nice.
So give me a. That was the inspiration they needed.
Yep. Challenge dice time.
Challenge dice, yes. So 5 challenge dice.
Okay.
2 work gets done. So it's now down to 4
We have
work.
4 left.
Yeah. So go ahead and give me another.
Isn't that 3 complications?
Can the ship roll work here?
There's no complication on challenge dice. That's only on the task roll to.
Oh right, because
Yeah.
I'm seeing red zeros. So that just,
Oh yeah, give me the ship would have just give me another ship check because it could have gotten more.
Like how? Yeah, one more. Okay.
Yeah, just for
Yeah,
that.
because we could have gotten momentum from it.
structure engineering. Yeah.
I got
Let's
a
challenge this.
delta.
That you
Let's
roll the
challenge
challenge
this.
die. You want
Yeah.
to roll a No, the
Assist.
ship isn't helping with the challenge dice. It's helping with the task roll.
Task
Oh,
roll,
okay. Yeah. Then we're doing it. What's the roll? I'm sorry. Structure engineering.
Structure
again?
engineering. Yeah.
Okay. There you go. One more success.
So we
So-
did get a momentum.
Get a momentum.
Yay! Finally. Woo!
So it is still difficulty 3, but you're down to 4 work. So give me one more roll with this one, and hopefully we'll kill this off.
2 more.
Yeah, but it was it was difficulty 2. My bad, difficulty 2.
2.
So you actually have
yeah,
2,
because it was 2. We got it down 1, then we got.
and then you
complication.
run back up 1. Yeah.
Okay.
So
roll.
another ship roll.
Roll.
Hey, 3.
Hey,
another.
woo.
Hey, wrong universe.
Jensen's headbutt, it's like really rattled him. And he's like, "Yes, this."
This.
I have Hilton with the power of KLS.
Don't headbutt me again.
She takes things really Klingon style. That's the Klingon style, the discipline.
Klingon style.
Now I have an interesting question.
More
Yeah.
You
Klingon
spend
opera.
momentum to affect the number of challenge dice you have.
What was that? You spend momentum?
You spend momentum to affect the number of challenge dice you have. Is that a thing?
Yes.
I don't think so.
No, not for challenge dice. You can't
Not
spend
for
momentum.
Determination, I think.
You can use determination to increase that.
I don't know
If-
how we gain.
I don't even know what that
So
is.
everyone has 1 point of determination, and it's based off your values. So if his values would fit in there, and I don't know if I've filled in his values yet. He may have not had his values filled in, because he's an NPC. But your values determine using so like for instance, I'm looking at.
Question. If your value is pretty vague, like my value is I do what I need to, does that mean you just get a determination whenever you need one?
you always have one determination. You can spend it if that value works. And it's up to the GM to determine that. So for instance,
I could have her spend one because one of hers is doing great things. I mean, maybe.
Yeah, this would definitely, if you wanted to just spend determination.
Yeah, and I could assist this or something in some way from just my character sheet. Whatever.
If I remember correctly, how determination works is it counts as a critical success. Period. On the rolls, but I don't think it may not have to do with challenge dice, but it counts as a critical success. It counts as 2 successes automatically. You don't even have to roll.
Right. Yeah, I'll spend a
so I'm just gonna roll the 5 challenge dice then.
Yes.
She's at a console and she's like, let's do this!
So, I just found the part of the manual, just real quick, about vision. So apparently there are 4 different kinds of ways to use it. It's kind of lengthy. If you don't mind, I can go through it. All right. So one of them is make it so. That means the character immediately creates an advantage that applies to the current scene. Then there is surge of activity. The character may immediately perform another task as soon as this one has been resolved. This is the most useful in combat or other situations where you need to do more than one task. Moment of inspiration. A point of determination spent to reroll all the characters' dice in their dice pool. And perfect opportunity. A point of determination may be spent to grant the character a single bonus d20. This bonus d20 differs from most in that it is considered to have already rolled a 1 and thus generates 2 successes automatically.
Yeah. So there are other ways you can do this. So you can completely re-roll it. You can say you have an advantage, which I'm guessing at this place would be like a focus used kind of situation.
I will inspire him with another headbutt.
I got 2 deltas. We had a breakthrough.
I know. I'm teasing you.
But Aj, are you there giving him
I actually,
instructions?
Yeah, she
went in engineering.
She went down to engineering because they were fucking around, and she went to inspire them.
Right. Because if Baaj is there giving him things, even though she doesn't have the advisor talent, because she is XO, she gets the commander talent, which means that once per scene, she can do the advisor thing and make them re-roll a d20 if they need it.
Okay.
Oh, fun.
I wasn't sure if that actually I was allowed to have that because I'm not command because it says specifically only if you're like command tracked XO, not necessarily somebody. But at the same time, her command is high. Like I would think she's command track in the Empire, but she's security in Federation.
Right on.
So I'd say you'd have it. You'd probably have it as well.
Sweet. Okay, so I have it. I can use. I can remember to use that now. Sweet. Okay, so yeah, I use it.
Breakthrough. We have another breakthrough. So they're done. So he finally finishes it. It's like I don't want to get headbutt again, and Jensen finishes his task. So the deflector dish is now ready to go.
It is ready! Ha! It is ready!
I've never been happier to not be in my own engineering bay.
So, what do you guys want to do? You guys have it? The deflector dish is ready?
So, basically, the idea is to using our sensor data of the existing rift.
Yeah.
Open a rift that is the inverse of that.
Okay.
So it's wherever that energy is coming from, it becomes an Ouroboros of energy that sends back to the source, hopefully solving this problem in an explosive way at the source.
Okay. So.
And if not, we're
hope we don't drain the sun
as we can, so that it doesn't less leaks out into the star.
Okay, so this
won't drain the sun, will it?
Probably not.
Probably.
And let's be clear here. If the sun goes out, we have a lot more time to evacuate.
Oh my god, I just thought about what you're saying. Everything's gonna get really cold. Okay.
So
Jackson cold.
Okay, so I'm gonna cut because you guys are getting ready to initiate this pulse to create another one, right?
Yeah, and the hope is that the constant flow of energy into whatever rift we create
Mhm.
will keep that rift open without us needing to be the ones holding the door open.
Okay.
Kind of like sticking your hand back through the Stargate to keep
Yeah.
it from shutting off on the other side.
So
I was having inklings of Stargate, but more the one where they send a Stargate into the sun, connected to a black hole, and annihilate the entire solar system. That's what's been running
Let's
in
not
my
do
head.
that. Let's
Yeah.
not do that.
So
If anything, this one's connected to a white hole. So
We're part of the
Fine.
solar system at the moment, so let's not do that.
let's not do that. So Jensen's going to let you know, it's like, Chief, the only way we're going to be able to get this to work, though, is we're going to have to reroute all power from shields to the deflector dish.
We don't need shields. We're fine.
Okay. So
I
reduce
report
one.
back to the bridge to deal with that in case something does happen.
Okay, so you don't lose power for this now, but the shields are going to be down. So the power shields are going to be down, and they're going to be down as long as the pulse needs to be active.
Okay.
Right when that happens,
You die.
everyone dies. No, you get
rocks fall.
a ton of warning lights, Terzi. Because those ships that were shadowing you are now approaching very quickly with pulse cannons activated. They are charging weapons. At the same time you get this, you get a panicked, you hear a panic comm from engineering. And Baj, you see this, as the guards who were with the matriarch have now grabbed her, and one of them has knocked over Jensen and pulled out the phaser and is pointing it at the matriarch.
Okay, I'm gonna deal with this right now.
Yay, King Coup! Follow the piece.
I'm
Let him
gonna-
out on the ship.
I have survival and small unit tactics.
Uh-huh.
So I'm gonna basically who's still there? What's their names? Jensen and what?
Jensen's knocked out. He just got knocked. He got like blindsided and knocked the F out.
I'm gonna comm security and say security report here now, that kind of thing, and then I'm gonna tell Jensen look alive, Jensen, and I'm immediately going to immediately return. Like I'm gonna shoot them. I'm gonna look to shoot them both. Like boom boom.
With the phaser.
Stun. Non-lethal.
And Terzi, you see these ships approaching fast. Captain's on the bridge. I feel at this point. Depends on where Sikio would be.
Yes, I am on the bridge.
Do I also see what's going on in engineering?
Yeah.
Yeah, you get both of those in things immediately.
Okay, so the guy with the phaser can get beamed outside.
You're gonna beam him out. Give me.
Just
Give me.
face him.
There is a beam check. Where is that? It is sensors, structure, apartments.
Real quick, point of order. So if I the thing to do is to go to red alert. I know that.
Yeah.
But if I do, then that'll screw up all the efforts going on down planet side, right?
Yeah,
Well, you wouldn't be able to. The shields wouldn't go up.
Our shields wouldn't go up.
Shields would go up
okay.
because they need to be down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Well, in that
Yeah.
case, red alert.
Engineering has already switched the cable.
Yeah.
The red alert.
No. So they
changed the bulb.
unplugged the shields and stuck it in the box or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
How
what am I
close
doing
are
for
they,
this
by the way?
transport roll?
Give me control engineering for this transport roll.
Roll engineering. Okay, difficult or complication range.
Oh, got it right here.
1.
And by the way,
Excellent.
whichever ship is the closest to us, I'm trying to beam him right in front of it.
Okay. Go for it.
What's the ship's role? in
Give
this?
me the ship roll would be, I think.
Probably.
On would be my guess.
I would think computers engineering, but
Computers engineering, probably. Yeah, we can do that one.
yeah, we'll call that. Okay. Oh, the ship did good today, boys.
The ship is finally okay. The ship is bloodthirsty. It's like whenever there's nothing to do, the ship is like, fuck this.
It is a
weapons
frigate.
out.
It is a
Must have
frigate.
been the shields. Must have been the shields. Unplug those. Everything works.
We have a karma pool. We've been failing so far, so now we just have nothing but straight rolls, right, Ship? Come on, Ship.
So you
That was
suddenly
all just practice.
So as you go to pull out and shoot them with the phaser, one of them, the one with the weapon, is just beamed directly out. Just disappears. And it seems like this transport is successful. And the other one is like as you're going to fire. Go ahead and fire for the stun. Give me a phaser check, which is
But I missed it. Where was he beamed out into space or
into space
brig?
in front of one of the. Into one of the. This is going to increase threat, by the way, because that's really not Starfleet. But okay.
Yeah.
That really wasn't.
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna dress you down for that.
Yeah, I know.
Aren't you supposed to be ingratiating yourself to the crew?
I rolled
Listen, in
the
my
Vasquez,
eyes-
but that was me.
In my eyes, I'm protecting Starfleet interests.
that was you.
I know
The
who you
control
are
security.
now.
Yeah.
I think you needed 2.
I don't know.
I'll double check it. I'm pretty sure it's 2.
I could also do an unarmed strike. I mean, I don't know what the success range on that is. That's more of your. Actually, that's your call.
Yeah, I would say it's a 2 because I believe it's a 2 to hit. It's an unarmed strike, 1 to hit for an unarmed strike, but it's opposed. So you miss. So with that fire, you miss. You pull out your phaser and you miss. It kind of goes off.
Yeah,
And
and
the guy-
immediately while I miss, I just tell him, I'm like, you better stand down. I say, stand down now.
As you say that, through the engineering walks 2 security guards, or two security with their hands up, and the scientist and the general are holding them hostage as they're walking through, and he looks at you and goes, "No, Commander, you stand down."
Did he just know you?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, Jesus, fuck, man.
So
She's just-
Weathers. Well, all
Hail
this
as
is going
fuck.
on,
Come
but-
on.
Yeah, right.
Baj.
Or yeah,
Get
let's
your swearing straight.
resolve this, and then I have a
Yeah.
thing for Weathers to do.
Well, the general kind of pushes these guys through and says, "Everyone, away from your stations. I don't want you touching anything."
Point of order, if because Tellarites are argumentative
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
So. Point of order, if you want your planet to survive, I need to stay at this console.
Whatever you're gonna do is not going to work. So step away.
Look, please, just.
Do you want to
let
get
me
shot?
try.
Because I can shoot you.
Wait,
Okay, let me at least shut it down so the deflector array doesn't overload.
Move
and blow up
away
our
from
shit.
the console.
Okay. everybody shut up. One thing I do have out of character. Don't the phasers have a self-destruct setting?
They do, but you have to set
Okay.
it. You have to punch it in.
I'm gonna I don't want it to be a huge destruct. I don't want it
Just
to
like
be
like a flash.
Kill all.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I want it, and so I will offer them my weapon after I tell them I'm disarming.
Okay. Give me
It's
a presence command check for this one because you're bluffing them really hard because they'll see you doing something with the phaser.
Do we have any momentum?
Yes. 2.
I'm using both. I have a pretty high presence and a high command, but I just don't want to take any chances today. I'm just gonna leave complication range at 1.
Yes.
Yeah, you did it.
3.
All right, so you were able. It would be a difficulty 2 because you're going to do this. So you were able to do it plus a little momentum there. You get a little momentum back.
Nice.
But you're able to you kind of set it and you're sliding it towards them. What you're doing?
Yeah, exactly. Like throw it
slide
along
it.
the floor and let it slide at their feet.
Okay.
Because they're not
so-
near the matriarch, so.
Yeah, but
And
there are
my
2 security.
people will know what I did.
Yeah, the second you slide it across, they know what you did, and the security officers will just kind of jump straight forward as they do this. And before the other guys have a chance to react, the phaser explodes into sparks, and they kind of turn and get distracted from it.
Security, attack now! Like they
Weathers
she has small
dives to a
unit.
console
Yeah.
as well, and starts punching in stuff. Assuming they were coming, they're like right in the entrance to main engineering.
Yeah.
He's trying to overload the console right next to them to make it explode.
Okay. Give me a control engineering check. You know what? Give me a daring engineering check because he's going ballsy. You
I'll
know.
assist him if I can.
Well, no, you're
This is-
focusing on the
No,
other guys.
I can
Yeah.
focus that, yeah.
By the way, while they're
Difficulty
all
2.
doing this,
Uh-huh.
I plan to go for evasive maneuvering.
Okay.
And Weathers is spending the momentum point.
Okay.
Go ahead. Hell yeah.
There we go. All right. So as he jumps over and types it in, and then like a plasma conduit explodes, ODN explodes behind him, and they kind of fly forward on top of the engineering. Their phasers scatter across the floor as they do that.
I instantly asked Terzi to beam them to a brig.
Oh, you had to specify a destination.
Beam
I got
everybody,
two more ships.
beam everybody aside from the matriarch to the bridge.
Brig.
Brig, not
Brig, sorry.
Brig to the bridge.
Beam them to the brig.
They all just appear right in front of Secure.
They're your problem now. Use your
See
pinch.
him-
It'll be
see him
fine.
pinching
You get
everybody.
a Vulcan neck pitch. You get a Vulcan pitch. Everybody gets a Vulcan neck pitch.
I just realized it's a good thing Secure didn't do the informal greeting. You just go just collapse.
Man, this just went from 0 to 100 real fast. Like, holy shit.
You're not yawning anymore, are you, Baj?
I was just, this wasn't like something that
episode.
she
It
was in
super-
character.
Yeah. So you beam them. I'll let you just beam them at this point, but you use another power for this. You beam to the brig, and you get a comms coming in from the. As you're doing evasive action, you get a comms from the other ships.
On screen.
Pop up. It's a Navarian with kind of black feathers, red tips, and says, "Alien vessel. This is the attack ship Tata. You are to surrender your ship and the High Matriarch for crimes against the state."
Drones.
Sorry.
Or a coup. What happened?
I need an answer.
Is this
I need
a
an
coup
answer.
or a
Tell
coup?
Wait, did somebody ask that in chat? Oh my
Yeah.
god.
It's
drones.
That's
Is this a
that's
coup
why
or a coup?
earlier I yelled, "It's a chicken coup."
Oh, man.
But isn't that what pigeons do anyway?
So Secure. He's telling you to stand down.
Okay, so before I respond to them, first of all, are they within firing distance with their cannons?
Yes, they haven't fired yet.
They are now. They're on top of us.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I go. This is Captain Secure of the USS Vasquez. We currently have your chief of.
It's
We
Chief
currently have
General.
your. We currently have your chief general and your chief science officer in the brig. Stand down. Where was the matriarch in all this?
She's still-
She was being like assaulted.
Yeah, she's okay now.
In
but
engineering.
she was being assaulted in engineering.
Oh, okay. All right. So she can't be up here to tell them to stop. No worries. You will not be warned again.
With that, he cuts off the transmission, and they fire pulse cannons at you.
Okay.
I am coming to the bridge, Captain!
Just so you know, these ships have no shields.
Yeah.
Neither do we.
Yes, but they're also firing.
But we're also evading.
We also have evasive maneuvers on right now.
Yeah,
And
use
engineering-
one power for that. By the way, 'cause it will
Engineering,
cost-
continue your work. while we fight.
If they're close enough, then we can also use a spread attack on all their weapons at the same time.
Yeah, they're
Fact-
definitely close enough.
Give the order, Captain.
For speed's sake, Terzi, beam me.
That takes power.
That takes
never
power.
mind.
Don't do that.
Then she's running up the Jeffries tubes.
The turbo lift is
Besides-
probably faster.
Are Cole and I
You see me
aware
in
of any of
combat?
this?
You know you've got a good tactical
No,
officer.
you're not aware of any of this happening. Well, actually, no, you are, because I'll do this and then we'll cut down to you guys because it's going
Oh,
to get
right,
kind of
because
complicated.
Cole had a
Cole
screen.
had the screen thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just in the host like, what the hell? Weathers might. I love that console.
So
I'm actually, and real quick, I'm going to take the matriarch with me. I'm going to tell her, step in line, follow me.
She better, yeah.
yeah, she follows you.
Lieutenant
She's
Jersey.
scared.
Find her.
Return fire, please.
Aye,
hold
Captain.
on. So they're hit, but they fire. As they fire, you see a little poof, and their guns seem to like overheat. Either they overcharged it intentionally, or they and it kind of had a feedback, or they're just not designed well. Like they may have never been fired before. So you get
Get good, noobs.
it's 2, 4, 6, 8 against your hull.
Who do we appreciate?
Are their weapons? Do their weapons have that thing that makes the deltas 2 damage? Because
No,
normally
they
they're
don't.
1.
They don't.
Okay,
So
So-
that was So
that's 7.
7. Can't count. 7 damage. So you 4 of it will be absorbed by the stuff. So you still have 3 damage.
Okay, so
Which
3 stress to the ship.
3 stress to the. It's. I don't know if it's stress.
Which
you have a
system
hull
would it
breach. It's 1d6, I believe.
So to structure.
Yes, structure. Let's just say to structure right now.
So we have a breach to structure. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds
So
good.
pulses poof, 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 come out, hits the Vasquez, boom, explosion. The ship rocks comes flying out of the compartments.
Everybody do it.
Oh no, we don't. Cole, no, Cole. We're down to the planet.
This is in solidarity. Also, I'm Weathers too.
Actually, wait a second. You guys were doing maneuvers, right?
Yeah.
Evasive maneuvers, yeah.
So
Yeah,
the
yeah,
difficulty
yeah.
goes up to 3 from 2. So they missed and they explode.
Okay, so
Yeah.
no breach. Okay.
No
cool.
breach.
You're welcome.
All right, now it's up to you guys. You guys can respond.
Remember that invasive maneuvering when we're talking about the guy in space.
Yes.
Let me know when I make
which
it.
you probably splattered all over the hull with your evasive maneuvers now.
Paul, let me know
No,
when I made it.
I
to the
beamed him in
bridge.
front of their ships.
Yeah.
Not in front of our ship. In front of their.
So you're there right as they fire. You get there right as they fire.
And the matriarch's right behind me.
Yeah.
But I've already been given a command to shoot back.
Yeah, you
I
do
did
it. You do
to
it.
return fire on their weapons. We have spread attack as well.
I'm
what
targeting
you
their
said.
weapon.
Okay.
I'll roll for
Reluctantly.
So what is it?
probably.
Control security?
Control security, and normally it would be I believe 2 to hit with phasers. This is a 1 difficulty.
And the ship
Does
is
it
weapon
go back to
security,
2
right?
because we're evasive?
Yes, it goes back to 2 because you're evasive.
So complication range 2 then.
Complication range 1.
No, it's just difficulty 2. Complication range is still 1.
You still roll the 20 though. So you
Wait,
hit.
so if he has a
Hold on.
complication, well, I told him to do it.
I
so-
want to re-roll.
yeah, you can. Yeah, re-roll that. The roll control security 1. There
Yes.
There we
3
go.
successes.
Now
So
we
you
gain
get
momentum.
gain a momentum. Roll me some damage.
Okay,
Bash.
I'll roll the ship damage.
Thank you.
What was it, phasers or photons?
Phaser banks. The
Phasers.
phaser banks. Phaser arrays.
Okay, phaser array. And these are versatile too, and have area and spread. So what do you want, area or spread?
Hey yo,
Uh,
phaser! Hooray!
Spread, I think is what he said.
Okay, so there you
Yeah,
go. There's
spread.
the ship's damage roll. Why does it come out so high?
Because it also takes into account the ship's weapons.
Oh, that's right. It's Okay, never mind. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
So the actual weapons themselves have their status, but then the weapons, the ship's weapons also count.
It gets a buff.
Gives a buff
that's
from it.
1, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
We don't have the double damage thing on our phasers either. So
No.
1, 2, 4, 5, 6,
No.
7, 8.
8. That's 8.
Okay.
Yeah, but this area spread
We
means
just
you can
keep
hit
fighting
all of
things
their.
where
Yeah, you hit all of their.
One extra for half damage.
Yeah, and 1 extra for half damage. Is that what the spread is?
Let me. So
That's only if
phaser
I
array
use
is-
salvo.
Yeah.
Right. So area is 1 additional target, and spread is extra hit, half damage.
So you
So
do
we're
2
doing
targets.
We're doing
We did
area for
spread.
for 1 additional. No, I said
Okay.
Oh, okay. I already
So
guessed
you
the area.
instantly, your phasers hit their pulse cannons, blows them up, destroys them instantly. Like they're just vapor instantly. The third one comes at you though, still firing its pulse cannons.
So the aim wasn't to kill them, just to cripple their weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do not hit you because you're still evading. So they fire and miss.
Ooh.
Now you guys are up. Remember, you can choose to evade still.
Is Buster at her?
Yeah, she
terminal
would
now?
have taken her turn.
Okay,
back.
I would have transferred tactical immediately.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Terzi.
Anytime.
And then yeah, she's gonna use the she's gonna use precision targeting, having extensive knowledge that when the character makes an attack that targets a specific system, they may roll 1d20 in their dice pool, and the attack gains the piercing 1 damage effect.
So you can reroll 1, and then that you also
Yeah,
get piercing
exactly.
1.
So for me, that would be security control, and I assume it's 2 task rolls for me.
Hmm.
And then for the ship, that is the same as before.
I don't know why you keep saying you're the Vasquez. Maybe it's because you have the Vasquez.
It's because I keep setting it between.
Yeah.
I keep
that's it.
setting it between.
Success.
I'll just-
You hit all 3.
And then
Nice.
I don't need to re-roll a d20, but we do gain the piercing of 1 effect. So
Which means
What does
that
piercing do again?
you ignore 1 resistance. So
Yeah.
if you piercing 2, then you ignore 2 resistance. Piercing 3 resistance. And so on.
because they made me mad.
Right.
In fact, they actually made me laugh because they
They
think
keep
can-
missing.
Yeah.
I think. Oh, and I should have used a focus there, but that's okay. It's no big deal. I still succeeded. And then damage is phaser raise again. So we do get piercing.
Now you do get versatile 2, so you also gain momentum every time you're successful, equal to 2. So you get, I think, 2 additional momentum.
Okay. I
It's
don't know
11
what
then.
Yeah.
No,
11
the-
ignoring some of their armors.
So what? We're up to a full 6 momentum.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Okay.
So it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Plus ignoring 1 of their resistance, so their resistance of 3, so now their resistance of 2. So that means that 8. Yep. Nope. Yep. Their weapon systems are destroyed. So
Okay.
none of the ships have weapons right now.
Open comms, please.
I was just about to recommend that.
Comms open.
This is the USS Vasquez. We have disabled your weapons. I would like to reiterate that we are here on a peaceful mission. Your High Matriarch is on the bridge with us. Would you like to please take the floor? And then
Stand down and you survive.
Oh.
I like her.
Cole's down on the
She's-
planet like, oh, she's a... that dame is fiery.
All right, we're gonna cut back from this to the planet. As you guys are like seeing all this, the security personnel rush into the room and start pointing guns at everyone inside.
Remember, Cole is in the Husik
Yeah.
above the thing. Right?
Yeah.
Oh,
And they have a security
Great.
team of ours with them, right? Because like
No,
that
they
would-
went down.
yes.
They went down alone.
And remember, Cole has a transporter. I'm just remembering.
Yeah, I'm completely defenseless here, so I'm
Cole-
just gonna go. Cole
Picks a non-essential piece of architecture when he sees it
Mhm.
and fires at it,
Okay, give me a.
and then gets.
Do we have a shuttle? I don't think we have a shuttle one, but just
yeah.
give me. A
So
control.
so now it's open. You're just hovering
Yeah, he's over the top.
over it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me a control. Control security for this one, and we'll do this because you're trying to scare them, basically, right?
Yeah.
Do we have sheets for those
I'll allow it.
guys?
And he,
'Cause the
he also like comes on over Dahl's communicator, like, you may want to rethink your current actions.
They look up. They see that you hear the explosion of this phaser hits the rock, and like rocks fall on them. They kind of look around, and you say, "You may want to think your current actions." And the ship, the runabout, kind of like turns towards them a little bit, and they kind of start backing up away. Some of them drop their weapons. Some of them run the other direction.
Carry on, team.
Tira, Dahl, keep working.
You guys think you're ready to go at this point?
Yep.
Uh,
Weathers, your best now that you blew up one of my consoles.
I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I'll fix it.
You're damn right you will. But that's not important right now. Engage the rift.
Okay. So, this is not going to be a roll because you guys have already kind of set up all that kind of stuff. You are able to engage the rift, like a beam, just like a kind of a pulsing green beam of energy shoots out from the deflector dish towards this corona of the star, and you're able to see on your sensors that the this rift is slowly forming, and then it's in front of where the beam of energy is coming out of the other rift, and it comes back into that rift, back out into the other rift, like a portal from Portal, the game, shooting back out, and you see it kind of building and building as it seems like it's feedback, and then a explosion seems to happen. The rifts collapse, and a blinding white light rips through the entirety of the ship, and I'm gonna make Jumo do a con check just to make sure he can keep control of the ship.
We've created the Q continuum. This is how the Q started.
And because they exist independent of time, that's technically possible.
Yes.
Exactly. We are the mother of Q.
I mean, the Star Trek Destiny books did determine that the Federation is the whole reason the Borg exist, so...
Yeah. Oh, God.
Oh, really? You have to tell me that afterwards.
I don't know about that.
They are now officially non-canon, but...
Yes. Okay. So Jumo is just like, okay, and he kind of like taps a little bit into the things. He goes, oh, there we go. Prophets guide me. As he like kind of like holds the ship kind of like rocks a little bit as the wave comes through, but the other ships are completely the energy wave hits them, and they start floating in space. They just are not designed to handle the ship. There's a couple of sparks that pop out like from the bridge, and you rock a little bit from this energy wave, but Jumo is able to kind of like navigate it. The other guys are not prepared for it and not designed for it.
All the rocks remain in overhead storage.
Yes.
And when Cole is telling Weathers to do that, he's also realigning the Husik's shield arrays to put a bubble, or like not around the Husik, just around the icon, just in case.
You see this blinding light and this energy wave coming over and sweeping over the planet, and it causes the runabout to buff it a little bit, but because it's been just dissipated, it's not really that bad. The energy field inside the icon seems to flare a little bit, but then it stays back down, and just nothing seems to happen.
Okay. Whew.
Is there anything happening to the sun?
Sun seems to give me a control science check.
I'll go for
Haven't
the
done
ship.
anything in a while. Yay! Is it control science?
Yeah.
These sensors.
Control science.
Depending on how far away the sun is, wouldn't it take about 8 minutes for them to figure out what's happened?
Yes.
Well, we
of course
have
it would.
FTL. We have FTL scanners.
Yeah.
Ah, that's true.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
spend one momentum.
He's tapped into a runabout as well, so
Yeah.
Ooh.
So you're able to see pretty easily that the star is it's hard to see
Shrinking.
because of the thing, but the star seems to be returning back to its normal
It's stabilizing. Yeah.
It seems to be shrinking a little bit. It'll take years before it's completely down to where it's supposed to be, but the immediate threat of it expanding is over.
Thus, the radiation levels, I imagine the natural radiation levels are going down now.
The High Matriarch turns to you. She is pissed. And she turns to you, Captain, and goes, Captain Sakir, can you get me a open comm to every to on all frequencies?
Mr. Jersey?
Done.
She looks at the screen and goes, to all who thinks they can unseat the High Matriarch. I do not know what you were thinking, but you will not be forgiven for this treason. I will find you, and you will be dealt with. Those of you who still support your High Matriarch, I am still alive, despite whatever ideas my advisors might have had. And you will be protected if you turn in your leaders. And she kind of waves her hand, Captain, I'm sorry, but one last favor. Could you beam me and my traitorous advisors back to my office?
Would you like security to escort you from this ship?
Only if you're willing to deal with these monsters in my own government.
We are not. It is not our place as Federation to deal with your politics, however. It would be wise that you have somebody with you that is not going to attack you as soon as they're out of this ship.
Do not worry. I have friends.
Then we will beam you to them.
Transporter room. They're trying to go
Yeah, and I make sure the security team has essentially like put handcuffs on those guys, so they she at least doesn't have to have like people swinging at her when she gets down.
Yeah.
And getting whoever gives her like a key or something to them.
Okay.
Have we ever seen handcuffs in Star Trek?
Yes.
Zip ties.
Discovery?
It's zip ties. It's zip ties,
don't-
guys.
Well, for
No,
other
I-
cultures, sure.
We
but
have
not
seen them, but they're
Federation.
like a bar.
Yeah.
They're like a bar with cuffs.
Oh, yeah,
They're
like-
not
It's like the ones in
yeah.
Star Citizen, actually.
Yeah.
The ones that are in that. those-
all
Pretty
right,
much.
yeah, the fuzzy ones.
Meanwhile, Jensen
Wrong
like,
show, Darge.
opens up his eyes and goes, "Did Bash hit me in the head again?"
We're gonna rewind
What happened
this.
about me?
We're gonna fast forward this a little bit. The matriarch will transport the matriarch with her crew back to the place, and the matriarch sends you a message thanking you for your tasks, but asks you it is probably best for you to leave the system for now. She has to clean her own house, and the crew of the Hope asks to be beamed back to their ship, and they're going to join Timac. I think it was not Timac. It was Tekma, not Timac. That's a cool guy, but different one. Tekma goes with the matriarch because he's a soldier. He was the chief of security aboard the Hope, so he'll stick with her for this one. But she says you should probably leave unless you want more danger. I cannot guarantee you any of these ships are friendly anymore.
We
Very
should
well.
probably plug our shields back in.
It'll take some time, but you can do that.
Please.
Very well. Step down from Red Alert, live long and prosper. And we leave.
As soon as we in comms with her, I'll be like, I love her.
And that's the end of the
She
episode.
did good.
Oh man.